Good afternoon and welcome to the final afternoon and evening session of the public hearings in the online intermediation platforms market inquiry. My name is James Hodge and I'm joined by my fellow panel member, Ms. Doris Tsepe, and also the case manager, Ms. Noluthando Jukazi. Today we have three participants. We're starting with the DTIC, and in particular the Competition Policy and Economic Planning Division. We then followed that by Rebossa, the Real Estate Board of South Africa, and then finally Takealot. And after that, we'll conclude these public hearings. So I'm going to invite Mr. Brian Zondo, who's the Acting Chief Director for the Competition Policy and Economic Planning Division within the DTIC. Welcome, Mr. Zondo.
Thank you, James, and thanks to the colleagues and the panel.
And Brian, we might as well be on first name terms. You've got a presentation. Why don't you take us through it, and then the panel may have some questions for you.
Okay. No, well, thanks, James. Going right through it. So the department, especially the policy branch, we welcome the initiative, of course. We are happy that we are looking at this subject. Particularly, we are interested more in terms of the participation, the opportunities to participate for the regular South Africans, more especially the SMMEs in the sector. We understand that such inquiries give us an opportunity as government to introduce policy interventions that aims at deconcentrating the economy, especially markets where we feel that the HDIs are not necessarily participating strong in those markets and sectors. And so we feel that it is necessary for us as government to support this inquiry. And we are looking forward at the end of the day, at the end of the process, the recommendations and the findings of the inquiry, and see how government can help facilitate the implementation of this process. We don't have major issues with the inquiry per se, but we do have a couple of, if not 3 points that we want to highlight to the panel, and we want to maybe, hopefully, that we'll be able to engage on. And we understand the time limitations that the inquiry has. 18 months is not enough to completely include everything in the scope. But we are particularly disappointed by the fact that the fintech industry or category of the inquiry is going to be excluded in this inquiry. And we feel that the fintech offers an opportunity for the inquiry to be as decisive and collective in terms of looking all of the different sectors. And we know with the fourth industrial revolution, that the fintech has been very instrumental in developing or growing or supporting small businesses in different ways that the traditional financial institutions couldn't. And we felt that maybe if the scope could have been extended, this would have been a great part of the sector to look into. Notwithstanding that, we understand the fact that through the statement, the inquiry has set aside that FinTech Intergovernmental Forum with the Reserve Bank and National Treasury. I think that that is a good move, and we're hopeful that the issues that couldn't be brought into the inquiry, then this forum is going to be quick in solving them and bringing them further into the mainstream economy through policy discussion and policy engagement, and hopefully that this forum would be able to then highlight some of the problems that the inquiry could have handled. If fintech is not included in the inquiry, then we also need to then just look at how we can then identify issues that would have related to fintech, and they are able to redirect them into this forum. Of course, the department being DTIC, mostly involved in most of the sectors of the economy, we would keep our eyes very close to the proceedings of this forum, and we will actively engage the Commission to find out how some of these issues that we would have liked to bring into inquiry through this fintech scope exclusion are going to be handled going forward. One of the biggest issues that we have, of course, in SMMEs is the meaningful participation of SMMEs in different value chains within the sectors. And we feel that in the digital platforms, there are opportunities that may be created for SMMEs to participate. And in terms of reference, including the statement of issues, highlights these opportunities very well. We are happy that the Commission and the inquiry is looking at supporting these value chains. And we are also interested in looking at how we can then identify each value chain, look at maybe developing some sort of a master plan in terms of developing a master plan that will assist SMMEs to participate in these value chains, rather than just outlining them. That this inquiry process, as you build into the conclusion of the inquiry, you might want to deal more in terms of explaining these value chains and where are the opportunities within the value chains for the SMMEs to participate. We must also remember that this is highly technological sector that and it's very capital intensive, and so it might be difficult for SMMEs who don't want to participate upstream in the value chains and would know what are the opportunities that are available for them downstream. So, and this point I will bring it back later on when I look into the issues of the informal economy. And so we are happy with what the analysis that has been given by the statement and the terms of reference at the moment, but we are worried about the systematic exclusions that could happen, that could creep in where SMMEs, because of the cost barriers and capital barriers and other technological barriers, they might find themselves excluded in participating in these value chains. One of the worry that we also have, that we've picked up, is that there is little protection for SMMEs in this sector. The platform owners are more interested in the development of a product. They are not interested in terms of the origin of the product. They're only interested in selling. So what is a problem for us is that we need to be able to have a mechanism where these platforms are able to compare the origin of inputs when it comes to the input manufacturing, input of products into the final product program, especially when there is competing products that are come from abroad. We want to have a protectionist approach where SMMEs locally who participate in the production of inputs into added products or final product are able to compete in price, are able to take advantage of the local conditions, and they are incentivized. For the sellers or the producers are then incentivized to buy local or to consider local inputs, even though inputs from abroad, especially from areas like China, might be cheaper to bring in, or even exporting the whole production to China and bring in a finished product locally. So I think that we feel that the inquiry needs to also look at coming up with some suggestions around how to incentivize producers to look local to them, so that we are able to promote a local investment and local procurement. One of the biggest problems that we have, I think we need to highlight in this, is that there is a lack of accountability, and there's also an opportunity to abuse the system in terms of the digital platform owners. And there are two examples that I want to bring in. One is the historical one, and the second one is the emerging one. Historically, if you look at especially if you look at also in the land transport inquiry, you'll find that there has been a reluctance by operators like Uber, who felt that their job is to provide a service, and then all the other unintended consequences, policy consequences, or social ills that comes from the service, they don't take responsibility on them. We use the example here where Uber, in terms of where we have experienced labor relation issues and industrial protests within this business sector. The Uber, as an owner and operator, would then say, no, they are not responsible for this because they are not employers. And this gives generally the Labor Relations Act and the labor relations in general in the sector difficult to manage, because the inventors of the technology, the operators of the technology, therefore they don't take responsibility when it comes to the protest and unrest that comes as a result of it. The second point that we want to highlight as well, and I'm not sure if the inquiry has picked it up already, but we have received as the department numerous complaints which are similar to those that we see in the logistics sector, the long hauling of the issue of foreign national drivers in the truck industry. So here we find that there's a lot of, almost an exclusivity of scooter drivers who are delivering Mr. Food products, Uber Eats, and deliver to restaurants who are exclusively foreign national. We don't know at this moment, we haven't done the research. We don't know whether this is a result of a hiring requirements, entry requirements, or by pure default or an invisible hand of the market. And I think this is an important part that the inquiry needs to look at. We know that this is not part of the scope, but protecting employment and looking at promoting local employment is also very important. And this, going forward, might have an opportunity to bring in unwanted social ills like we have seen in the trucking sector. It's a ticking time bomb that is waiting to happen, and much like in the Uber and meter taxi wars, we might have a problem where we have created where legislation and policies are unable to deal with the political fallout that will happen as a result of these markets and the way they mutate. Yes, I know James is going to feel that this is outside of the scope of the commission, but it's something that we feel maybe we need to look at in the course of the inquiry. Just to continue with this point about lack of accountability, other issues that we wanted to bring in is that the digital platforms don't offer any opportunity for the owners to be incentivized to be developmental. They just are responsible for providing the service, but in terms of how they bring in SMMEs, how they incentivize youth and female female-owned entities into the system, it is unclear whether even government has the ability to introduce those things. And so we feel that if the inquiry takes a look at how it can link government developmental policies into this. We're not talking about issues like codes of conduct. We're not talking about issues like targets or transformation targets. But at the same time, those are the kind of things that we are looking at when we say, how do we link government developmental goals into the sector? As I said before, digital platform owners are reluctant to share on the product placement risk. And unfortunately, this is more evident in the informal traders economy. The informal traders and the informal economy are quite critical in this sector, especially when you look at telecoms, in their ability to be able to resell the vouchers, whatever the vouchers and all of the other products that can be sold informally. But at the same time, because of technology, it is unclear how the sector is going to be able to welcome or increase or incentivize participation of informal traders into the sector. We don't have a particular living example on this point, but we feel that the move towards the digital platform is more technological, but at the same time, it it is a danger to alienate informal traders and those who operate in the informal economy. Of course, at the end of the day, the department feels that we need, as I said, we need to investigate the lack of support in the informal traders. We also need to investigate or connecting it to other inquiries that has been going, like the data market inquiry, the high cost of connectivity when it comes to informal traders and how they can be subsidized to participate in those sectors. And I think this is the second last slide that we have. We are very happy that the inquiry has shown that there are large opportunities in terms of promoting SMME participation in the travel and tourism sector. And I think the terms of reference, the statement of issues have been able to outline this very well. So the government here would like to extend this opportunity by making sure that in the findings of the inquiry or recommendations, we bring in the Department of Tourism and the Department of Small Business that looks at making further inroads in promoting SMME participation in the travel and tourism area, especially when it comes to township economy and local products or local travel products. When you think of the short left initiative, these are where the opportunities where SMMEs could be able to participate. But the question is how many of them are going to be able to use the platforms to grow their business, to market their business, to maximize their participation in the sector through the online platforms. And this is where that the inquiry is quite important, because it's going to create new markets, alternative markets, even for the foreign, even for the international market, people who want to participate in township excursions. They are still going through your upmarket, if you will, for the lack of a better word, your more established travel agencies, and there is a reluctance to subcontract the township-based SMMEs who are in the industry to then being able to showcase the kind of products that you may find in the township. This also links to the point that this sector will bring in more HDIs and HDI driven products, as I said, in the township market, and in a sense dispel this market perception that township products or township economy excursions are unsafe and there's always a security issues. And I feel that in the market, what we've seen in the past through our work with the Department of Tourism, there has been a lot of community engagement in safeguarding some of the products that you could find in the township. And if you think of areas like the Hector Peterson Square in Soweto, you'll find that there is community involvement in providing security and ensuring safety and security and safety of the international visitors who are coming in this place. But you'll find that there is no platform that is actively engaged or incentivized to popularize those destinations from the international market, direct marketing, if you will. So we are happy that the inquiry has picked this up, and as I said, together with the Department of Tourism and Small Business, we are working together in promoting some of the incentives that we have worked together to establish in the Department of Tourism to promote this kind of tourism. And we feel that these platforms are going to be critical in continuing to doing the great job in that particular space. This point links to the previous one, that the digital platforms provide opportunities for new routes to market for SMMEs, explaining how we can now integrate the new township economy. But one thing that we also need to look, that the likes of Takealot needs to look at, and I've seen anecdotally, we have seen that Takealot, and I'm not going to be speaking on their behalf here, that they are trying to have this secondary warehousing where pickup points are being identified. And for now, and as I said, this is no empirical research that we've done, but we haven't seen much of them of these pickup points being created in township. So if you think of opportunities like mini warehouses in townships where Takealot can start looking at them as pickup points, it could be a matter of the market's not available, but the market is not available because of these digital platforms, of all the problems that I've highlighted before of the digital platforms being lack of connectivity, awareness, and the cost to that connectivity. And we feel that this opportunity here of the inquiry, and then it might actually promote the idea of creating these mini warehouses. And this point also link to the current implementation of the grocery retail market inquiry as well. And so we feel that at the end of the day, that is where we are able to identify this opportunity. My last point is on the barriers to entry, and at this point, the inquiry has dealt with it very well, and we have acknowledged all of the different aspects of it. So there's really nothing new that we're bringing into this point, but we just want to highlight again the cost of connectivity, the issues of platform subscriptions, and the intellectual property. And this is way too high for SMMEs to be able to navigate through them. They're very complicated for a small startup to think so. You might think that a youth-owned tech company would be able to go through these things, but at the same time, if you look at our developmental finance schemes at the moment, we are not financing these types of subscription costs. The IBC cannot fund it, the CFA and NF are not subscribing to it. And so they will find that these costs are only incumbent to the entrepreneur, and there is no platform for them to be able to get support, especially in the department or in government. And so we are encouraged. We're encouraged by this process, but at the same time, we hope that at the end of the day, the inquiry will be able to deal with issues and investigate areas where how to deal with the inherent capital cost of the sector, the technical requirements, as I said, which all of these things discourage new participants into the sector. The first movers, of course, will continue to have the advantage of the sector, but how do we then promote? How do we promote new entries into the sector, but at the same time making sure that we continue to uphold the competitiveness nature of the sector and encourage more people to join in without the competition policy of the government being more interventionist or protectionist in the approach. And so, James and the colleagues, thank you very much for giving us an opportunity as the department to share our input into the inquiry. We hope that our 2 cents worth of input and comments would have given the inquiry a better direction, and we're looking forward to a more constructive engagement as the inquiry concludes. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mr. Zondo, and welcome, and thank you very much for your presentation. As James said, my name is Doris Tepe, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
We really appreciate the DTIC making a presentation and its contribution to the inquiry. I just wanted to just acknowledge some of the issues that you have raised and that we have already heard from some of the platforms that, for example, are operating in food deliveries, for example, in townships, for example, and the issue you spoke about regarding the employment of foreign nationals in the food delivery sector, that has been one of the key issues that that has been raised, and we have engaged with some of the platforms on that. So I just wanted you to know that it has actually been raised. Before we continue, could I ask you to stop sharing the platforms, the presentation, so we can see you properly? Are you able to? Oh, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Zander. Mr. Zondo, the other issue, so over and above, just acknowledging that has actually been raised already with the inquiry. The second issue is that there are some of the concerns that you're raising, and I think for us as the inquiry, what we would appreciate is a further engagement with you on some of the recommended remedies that, as the DTIC, you think we should take into account as we go into drafting our preliminary report. So we would appreciate further engagement with you on that. The other issue that you raised, in fact, on your slides on barrier to entry, related to costs, and particularly what is funding to SMMEs and businesses owned by HDIs. A number of the businesses, particularly township businesses that spoke to us, were raising concerns about funding, particularly from public funding entities. And we just thought to understand from your point as the DTIC, what programs do you have in place currently relating specifically to online businesses, be them a DTIC specifically or government generally? We just wanted to understand, because this has been the biggest concern that we've received from SMMEs participating in this, be them in food delivery or in groceries or other broader sectors. We have received this as a constant issue, and we just thought it would be helpful if we heard from you on what are the programs and whether they are targeting online businesses.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the disclaimer that I won't be able to be speaking on behalf of the development finance institutions. I'll be speaking on what I know. And this is the point that we raised earlier on, and we said in the presentation that the point of departure is to first look internally within government. If you look at the products related, for example, when we pull out the tourism, the travel and tourism sector, the Department of Tourism has set up a micro tourism enterprise fund. The Micro Tourism Enterprise Fund is not exclusively for online market, but it is just a general fund that supports township-based, Black-owned, youth-owned travel and tourism enterprises, for the lack of a better word. But if the question whether those products are specifically for online market or online entrepreneurs, it's a different case altogether. From my experience of working with the likes of CIFA and IDC and NEF, I wouldn't be able to categorically state that whether there is a product that is based on that. But of course, there has been research and investigations on how to support some of the fintech type of markets. That is why early in the beginning of my discussion, I raised the issue of the fintech exclusion, because I think that is where development finance are driving towards in terms of finding and financing entrepreneurs who are looking at opportunities around the fintech. And so this, as I said, creates an opportunity for us to be able to look into those things, to call upon the DFIs and sit them around in the table and say, this is where the market is going. Here are the opportunities, but these are the gaps. And the biggest gap of them all is the lack of specialized funding. What is the problem? How can we then solve it?
Thank you, Mr. Zondo. And I think you raise a very important issue, which is for us as an inquiry, one of the things that we could do as part of the recommendation is recommend policy intervention by government in these areas. And I think for us, you mentioned NEF, and in fact, the one small platform that operates in the township specifically mentioned that when they went to NEF to seek funding, they were told that they do not support online businesses. They don't have funding for online business. So that's different to the funding is broad to more we do not provide that funding. And in our view, when government is looking at digital markets as a platform for economic development, we should be looking more to ensure more focused funding in this regard. I don't know what your view is, working with NEF, and if you know anything of that sort.
No, I totally agree. Ms. Doris. If you look at the implementation history of previous market inquiries, these policy recommendations have been able to be put on forward and implemented on. I mean, there are strides that are now on foot. If you look at how in the grocery market inquiry, plans are on foot to discuss the areas of how to create specialized and innovative funds for the sector in that particular region. I mean, the IDC have a division that looks at new industries, and when you talk about new industries, we don't only talk about technologically based industries, but we're looking at different types of industries that come up as a result of the revolution, the industrial revolution that is currently happening. To say that the products and services that are offered by the development finance institutions are cast in stone would have been a problematic approach. Obviously, they need to be able to accommodate the kind of economy as long as there are markets that are created there. This is why all of these development finance institutions, they report to government. The large majority of them report to the DTIC, and there are internal processes through your monthly, quarterly meetings, your engagement with the principals, with the entities, your strategic board meetings, that where these things can be brought forward and be thought through thoroughly in terms of identifying specialized funds to respond to what is happening in the economy. There's nothing new there in terms of identifying or implementing new types of funding approach.
Thank you, Mr. Zondo. Can I ask, I mean, is there some coordination within government working alongside the DFIs on this? Is that role the DTIC's role, or someone else is dealing with it?
Not particularly a designed structure or strategy, but of course, led by the National Treasury. There is a unit at National Treasury under the, just forgot the branch at National Treasury, that is responsible for coordinating all of the DFIs. And that's where most of the policy work is done and discussed. And of course, as I said, we do have quarterly engagement between the entities, the DFIs and the DTIC. I know that CIFA, which reports to the Department of Small Business, also has the same structure. So the platforms to engage are there. The policy engagement platforms are always around. And if you look in the last 12 months, with the reconfiguration of CIFA, they have been able to create a large amount of new offers, new products, excuse me, into their service offering. If you think of the quasi-equity programs that have been put in, there have been particular funds that have set aside and ring fence for township economy, especially for township economies, for agro-processing. So as I said, these opportunities are always there, and the DFIs are able to pick them up and implement according to the demands of the economy. And this is no exception.
Thank you, Mr. Zondo. I just wanted to talk on the next issue, which is we spoke to SAFCA, the Venture Capitalist and Private Equity Association of South Africa. And when we were talking to them, and even from the other smaller platforms, it appears that pre-seed and seed funding, we also heard that the SA SME fund was created and provided funds with a specific mandate, particularly for HDIs and SMMEs. Do we have any such funds available other than the SASME fund? Are you aware where government is involved? And is there more that government could do in this space? Because most of the small platforms that we're speaking about, they say they don't qualify for the other funds that are provided by the venture capitalist industry, and the more money required is at pre-seed and seed funding stages.
I wouldn't say a specialized fund per se, but there are programs. If you look at the likes of CEDA, who is able to provide non-financial support, the likes of the Technology South Africa, which is able to provide funding for pre-commercialization or pre-production stages at the conceptual stage of the idea. The SABS is also having some products that are not cash value, if you will, but non-financial support. So, and lastly, also, if you look at there's a commercial. There's a research institution within the Department of Technology and Science Technologies that has a pre-production funding facility that looks at compliance issues, how to get from concept to commercialization. But none of them are just standing there specialized to, most of them are just responding to the applications and demands that come along. But as to say the funding gap that currently exists for startup is huge. Of course, if you go to the likes of CEDA and CIFA and IDC, you need to have a track record. You need to have a substantial amount of financial documents to demonstrate that you have been operating or you are operating, even though there is scope to fund startups, but that funding is not enough. And that gap, unfortunately, I don't think that at the DTIC level or at the competition branch level, those issues are going to be clearly defined. I think maybe what is a recommendation that I can do is to extend invitation to speak to the Industrial Finance Division of the DTIC. They are the ones that are developing incentives, promoting incentives, developing incentives, and also identifying spaces where new incentives can be put into the economy. And I think that this is one of those opportunities.
Almost presenter after presenter, particularly the small businesses and businesses of historically disadvantaged, owned by historically disadvantaged individuals. That is the one issue they've spoken about. And if there is a way in which we can deal with this gap, we would appreciate it. So please extend the invitation to the Industrial Finance Division and just to talk of some of these things, because those will then form part of our recommendation as the inquiry, and we would really appreciate it. I mean, some of the township online businesses, in fact, they deal with a lot of the issues you're raising, getting products of informal sectors, promoting and hiring drivers of people in those townships to ensure that everyone participates. So there are exciting things that people seem to be doing, but struggling with funding, and it would be quite helpful to do that. The last part I wanted to ask you, I mean, it was just a general question, Mr. Zondo, which was, what else do you think can be done to address this inequitable access by either SMEs or businesses of historically disadvantaged individuals to access online platforms from a government side or perspective?
Because I'm partly also involved in looking at the data market inquiry, there has been some good recommendations in the data market inquiry. If you look at the recommendation to expose or expand the free to connect or free connectivity platforms in the data platforms, like where you have government departments like the Department of Education running those websites for information purposes. This could be also expanded in terms of providing information to through to the entrepreneurs in the township through these free, I would call them free to air platforms, for the lack of a better word, because the key problem is information. And one of the things that we have seen through our experience is that the historically disadvantaged entrepreneurs are not necessarily able to participate in new markets. They are not able to be pioneers of new markets. They are not first movers, as it were, because of the fact that these kind of markets or any new markets would require to be tested by commercial or corporate companies, and at the end of the day, they come in always at the tail end of these opportunities. So government needs to look at promoting this kind of new markets rather than waiting for participation and then complain later that there is exclusion in those markets.
Thank you, Mr. Zondo. I mean, I think it would be quite helpful if there are any further recommendations you have that you could maybe submit to the inquiry in this regard, if you think of any further, or substantiate even on the ones that you have told us and the ones that you spoke about in your presentation. We would appreciate it. I'll hand over to James if he has any further questions to you. But thank you very much for your participation. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brian. I don't really have any questions. It's maybe to reiterate what Doris indicated, that I suppose we've got to look at funding, but also non-funding opportunities from government, because obviously, fiscal resources are limited and there's many demands on it. So I think if we can consider both those types of interventions and what recommendations we can make in order to government, at least, around what can be done to improve participation in the online economy. I think your observation is often right, that historically disadvantaged businesses are not necessarily going to be the pioneers and may be coming in a bit later. But the problem with online markets is that it can be that the first movers have a considerable advantage over those that come later. So it is going to be even more challenging potentially around enhancing participation later, and that's why we need to act earlier. So we look forward to those engagements, and also the facilitated engagements with the funding institutions. I think that is an important channel for us. And certainly before we are aiming to get a preliminary report out by May next year, and we will pick up the engagements in the new year, I think, with the DTIC and yourself. But I think it's just left for me to thank you for the participation and coming here. I know you had to fit in with the schedule, given there was one day left, but we appreciate that you accommodated us. And thank you for the presentation and the insights from the DTIC.
No, welcome, colleagues. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I'm looking forward to further engagements.
Thanks, Brian. You can leave the virtual stage now, and we can, I think, welcome Mr. Jan Leroux, if that's right.
Yes, that's right. Thank you, and looking forward to this. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, and we actually can't see you. I don't know if there's
My camera is on, so I have no idea why that would be.
it's just black at the moment. I don't know if you've got on your laptop something that covers the camera.
No, there isn't. But the camera light, for some reason, all of a sudden is not on. And I use this often, so I have no idea why that is the case. I'll just see what I can do.
Yeah, maybe we can even just have you re-sign back in as one option. I think that sometimes helps.
Let me do that. Thanks. Now, I'm afraid the camera light still doesn't come on for some reason.
And there's no switch in the top middle of your screen.
No.
No.
And please,
All right.
sorry, I'll see if I can find. Oh gosh, I wouldn't know where to look otherwise. You know what? I've got another computer here. Let me rather use that, just in case that one works.
Yeah, or if you have a tablet, or iPad or something, that sometimes can also work.
I'll be 2 ticks.
Thanks, Jan. Well, welcome back to the final day of the public hearings into the online intermediation platforms. And we're joined now with Jan Leroux, who is the current CEO of Robosa and also from Leapfrog Agencies. Jan, we seem to have lost you on camera again.
Oh, no. I can hear you, but
I don't know if you touched anything on the device, but you suddenly
Certainly
disappeared.
certainly nothing that I'm aware of. Oh, gosh, man.
Well, we can hear you still. I'll give you a moment just to see if you can't get back in with the camera.
This is not possible.
Mr. Leroux, maybe if you just, rejoin again from that device and hopefully that solves the problem.
At the moment, I've got a screen in front of me that I can't even get out of, so. Oh, man, I'm so sorry. It just doesn't respond when I click on anything. Change the setting.
All right, and welcome back. We've been having some technical issues, but welcome, Mr. Leroux. As I understand, you're the CEO of Robosa, the Real Estate Board of South Africa, and also a member of Leapfrog Agencies, the estate agency. And maybe before we start, just to get some idea of your history in the estate agency board, in the estate agency business. How long have you been in the business?
I have been a registered agent for 38 years, but I haven't practiced the entire period. And just for the record, I'm the founder of Leapfrog Property Group, but I am no longer involved. I'm not on the board or anything of that nature. I left it a couple of years ago, but I'm still close to the company, obviously.
All right. Sorry, I didn't realize you were the founder, but and I suppose, I mean, why we had wanted to just chat to you is probably more as a Robosa member, and you'd also previously sat on the board of Private Property, as I understand, as a director, and as someone who's been long in the industry, also to get your insights into the property portals, as we call them, and how that dynamic is playing out. And Mr. Leroux, I just want to start with, you, I think, issued a Robosa report last August, which was around shares being available to all Robosa members. And I think that usefully sketched a little bit of the history around the development of the portals and also the involvement of Robosa. And I thought it would be useful to start there and get your insights from that history. So I think the first thing, I mean, you in fact started this talking about that for many years one of the real estate agents' biggest expenses was advertising in property papers, as these were tightly controlled by a small number of print media houses, and how the industry became invested in these print publications. But of course, time has moved on and we're no longer in print, we're in online. And you indicated that you see history repeating itself. The net result was the advent of two dominant portals, Private Property and Property 24. I mean, you then went on to state, and it may not have been you who wrote this, but this was, I think, in the report that you had a forward to, but it said, at first, digital advertising was very inexpensive and saved everyone a lot of money, but over time that has changed significantly, and the more dominant portal is dictating prices, much like the print media houses before. And in many instances, prices now exceed what print ever cost, according to some. And there's little doubt the trend will continue. I mean, you talk about how it was still possible in the print media days for new publications to start up and introduce competition, but in the digital world, it's not as easy. And you say, in fact, it's almost impossible. And the risk of a permanent monopoly position in future is very real, and it can be challenging for portal number 2 to even compete with portal number 1. Now, I know you're talking about portal number 2 and number 1 there, but I assume you're talking about Property 24 when you're talking about portal number 1 and the dominant portal. And I just wanted to, before we get on to your partnership with Private Property, I mean, I just wanted to just sort of position the portal stuff, because I mean, presumably you or Robosa members see the advertising services of portals as almost distinct from your website and the role of the website in advertising. If you need to be on these portals and you're having prices dictated to you, you know, we sometimes are told by these portals that, well, the websites are in competition and the members can just go to use the websites to get leads, and many large estate agencies actually advertise on Google and try get a position. So maybe if you can just assist us in, how do you see the role of the website for the agency versus the portal, and why you still need the portal?
Right. You see, when a company builds its own website, the challenge is to become so known, like the consumers would know to look for you, like you would know Google, you know to look for Google. That would be a prime position. Or you know a big company in South Africa, you know the big names. Then you have a small chance that a consumer will access your webpage. The smaller you are, the less well known you are, the smaller the chances of that. So that's where a portal kicks in. The portal has a marketing budget and spends on AdWords and the SOER is in place and so forth. So if you were to search property in any suburb in South Africa today, I'll bet money on it that you'll find private property and P24 on the top of the first page. Type any area and say property, rent or buy, doesn't matter. And that's what the portal does. It tells the people where to find you. Whereas if I'm looking for a specific company and I don't remember the name or I misspell the name, I might not get it. And especially if they're not that big, I might not get it. But the portal I find all the time, and that's very convenient. Secondly, the portal actually gives me virtually all the stock. In fact, I would believe that those two market leaders have more than 90% of the properties for sale at any given point in time. So why would I bother to look at the company X when I can just go to a portal and find all the stock in one basket? It's just much easier. So I don't have to search that hard. And maybe something to keep in mind here, what is so different from the old print days. And the old print days, I used to say, and this is actually my background, it's from real estate when I didn't sell property, I launched property papers and stuff. So I was pretty deep into the property publication side when it was still paper. As you can see from my age as well, that also worked better for me. On the internet side, though, the portal is absolutely essential, and buyers are not loyal. So I was referring back to the olden days. You could advertise, take a big space in the property paper, show your dominance in an area, get buyers and sellers to get to know you in a specific area and come to you. And sellers still do, if they remember the name, but buyers are not loyal to any specific agency at all. I want to guess that 89 or 100% of the buyers in South Africa goes to a portal when they want to buy property. I can't prove that to you, but I'm pretty sure it's in the very high 90s, if it's not more. So a buyer is not loyal. The buyer would look on the portal, and the portal is there for the place to be. If I just rely on my own website, I must do it because that gives me some protection and gives me some image, and it's something I can show my clients to get mandates from them that I can have properties to sell. But if I want buyers, I've got to be on a portal, really. Otherwise, I will miss out. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and I kind of figured, but I think you've confirmed that part of having a web presence is you almost have to, but it helps you get mandates. It's helpful for sellers because the seller's got to choose an estate agent in their area, and they might see a few names dotted around on the boards, but you might want to get a sense of who that agency is before you go and sign up. Is that right?
That's right. And even then you would, like I say, it helps you to build image. Remember, an estate agency, the owner of an estate agency also has his agents as clients. So he's got to have something for his agents to feel at home in, to show the size of the company, the professional image and that sort of stuff. And you do get leads from it. There's no question. There is some. But you need to be on the portal. And you even show your volumes on the portal to show how much stock you have to sell. So yes, the portals play a big role, if that's what you wanted to hear.
Yeah, and look, we did have Property 24 in the hearings, and I mean, they said they price according to value provided, and that their prices or cost is, maybe 1 to 2% of the total commissions being earned. So from their perspective, it was much better than print, unlike what was said in this article. I mean, can you give your perspective on the pricing?
My information is secondhand, as I've not been, active in an estate agency as such for almost 4 years. But I think it might be it has become kind of expensive. That letter that you read, I actually did write. So you actually have my whole opinion in front of you already. And the costs are just creeping up. The percentage increases of the advertising of the leading portal, for example, over the past number of years is quite considerable. I can't give you actual numbers. I'm sure you've got it from someone else. What I dare say, though, is when agents complain about the cost of advertising on a portal, they tend to forget that in the old days we put an ad in a newspaper. And quite frankly, you never knew if anyone saw it at all. You had no idea. And with a portal, at least, or with your own website, you at least know that somebody looked. And when you get a lead, and whether that lead is just asking for your phone number or actually asking you to contact them, you have direct interaction, which in the newspaper you never had. So even if portal businesses could be more expensive than print, I think it's very, very, very much more effective.
No, thank you for that. And as it's got more expensive, I mean, can you just not leave that portal? Just not be on it and choose another one?
That will be hard pressed. You've got two leading portals, and I dare say the third portal, the third biggest one, is way down the line. So you can go to any type of portal. And in my state agent way of explaining, I'll put it to you this way. I can build the most beautiful house, but if you can't find my address, you will never come and look at it. And that's the problem with a beautiful website that nobody can find, with another smaller portal that nobody can find. So yes, anyone can launch a portal. Now, I can launch one in a couple of weeks. I can offer it for free to every agent in the country, and they may even take me up on it. But I will be very alone in that portal because I will not rate on the Google search engine. If they type my specific name in, if I manage to get across that I'm xyz.com, then they may find me. But for me to get that message across to the consumers is very hard, if not near impossible.
And maybe just a last comment. I mean, you'd indicated that in the digital world it's really hard to compete, and that there's a risk of a monopoly because even portal number 2 battles. I mean, so maybe can you just expand upon that comment and why you say that?
Certainly. The only control we can possibly have that I can perceive against the total monopoly is a strong number 2. If there's not a strong number 2, then number 1 can absolutely do what number 1 wants. And that was the thinking behind somebody mentioned to me the connection between Rebosa, or you talk about a partnership. I wanted to qualify that. There's no partnership between Rebosa and private property, but Rebosa did endorse private property as the portal of choice, and it exclusively endorsed private property for that purpose. And the thinking behind that was, we need a strong number 2 that can hopefully become number 1, but even if it doesn't, is the only safeguard against the monopolistic situation. Because of what I tried to explain earlier, that if you're a very small startup portal, you can hardly, I don't think P24, the leading portal, is losing any sleep at any point in time about person X who's about to launch a portal tomorrow, unless person X has got really deep pockets and a strong commitment. Hence your number 2 and hopefully a number 3. As agents, will be very happy if there's a strong number 3 as well. But there isn't one at the moment that I'm aware of.
And that's, I mean, as I understand your point is that's because visibility on Google is what matters. And so yes, your marketing budget and your ability to pop up at the top.
At the top is important, but it's even more important to just pop up. And it's important to pop up in every suburb. Because if you were to look for a property tomorrow, you're not just going to say property South Africa or just type property. You're going to pick the city or the town or the suburb that you want to look at. So you've got to be on the first page or 2 in that suburb. And there are many suburbs in South Africa. And the way to get on top of that list in every suburb means strong SOE, and it means an advertising budget. Yes. Which again, you as an estate agent yourself, it's done, make no mistake. Agents focus on areas, and you get specialists in specialist areas, and you'll find that they also spend serious money to appear on that first page in that area. But then they pick, as a small company, they pick suburb X, and they only advertise on suburb X, and they do all the catchwords on suburb X, and so forth. So it's hard, but that's the way to do it.
Right. And I mean, what interested me in this article that you wrote, I mean, you said that 6+ years ago, Property24 created a joint venture company with the industry, at that stage called the Real Estate Agents of South Africa, RIASA. And through this vehicle and dominant media interest, established themselves as the market leader. Now, I mean, I am intrigued as to, I don't know if you were part of that or were aware of that, but obviously you've referred to it in this article. I mean, we did hear from Property 24 that seemed to be focused on trying to digitalize the entire sort of process, and that was the focus of the JV. I mean, maybe just can we get your understanding of the JV and also why it didn't eventually last?
It's purely opinion from my side, and no, I wasn't part of the Riasa transaction at all. In fact, I was very much against it for reasons I cannot raise now. So I was definitely much anti. It fell apart in my perception because once the Property 24 reached a very strong market position, it probably thought that the support and the loyalty of agents are no longer important. The market, the product is strong enough to move ahead without agent loyalty and agent support. I think that's why it fell apart, because the contract was cancelled from the owners of P24 side, and the agents were left in the lurch, if I could put it that way. So yeah, I trust that answers.
Yeah, well, I was just, Private Property was also before us, and they had indicated they did lose listings in that period. I mean, do you have any detailed understanding of the arrangement, the JV? Were some of the large agencies exclusively listing on Property 24 at that time, the loyalty that you're talking about?
I have no knowledge that they would have done so exclusively, because Private Property was pretty strong in the very beginning. So I can hardly imagine that any of the bigger agencies would have said, well, we're now in some sort of arrangement with P24, hence we're going to pull all our stock of Private Property. I very much doubt that. I have absolutely no knowledge of that, and I'll be surprised if that happened. So when the bigger agents then left the Riasa transaction, I also don't think that P24 then lost any stock. No reason to believe that whatsoever.
Yeah, and that's where I just want to then come to. I mean, you then say 4+ years ago, a number of the national estate agencies, through the offices of Rabosa, obtained a significant share in Private Property, giving industry some say in the future of one of the leading portals. And these were held by the estate agency Property Portal Company, EAPPC. And can you just indicate who those national estate agencies were that formed this initiative? If this is now Rabosa, which is also your organization, you may be more familiar.
Yes. When I say through the offices of Rabosa, I'm the only full-time employee of Rabosa as the CEO. And Rabosa was formed in 2012, and I started in 2013 or 14, I'm not sure. So yes, there was this big concern about the monopolistic situation. So we had discussions. I actually was very involved in those discussions with Private Property, and this transaction was put together that in exchange for marketing and so forth, and for contracts to advertise property on P24, not exclusively, but to advertise it there. That some shielding would then be made available to this group of estate agents. At the time, Private Property still belonged in the biggest portion to a hedge fund a venture capital fund from the United States. And they made an offer, but only to bigger agencies, because they didn't want the entire market and all the hassle of having every state agent in South Africa as a shareholder. So they limited the number to bigger agencies. In fact, they said, if I remember correctly, agencies employing more than 100 people. So that was never the choice of the agents as such. But that was the rule, and that was one way of getting a stake in a company in view of the fear of the monopolistic situation if the other portal was to be totally dominant and run away with it. So that's how that transaction was negotiated. Call it a trade transaction. Support, marketing in return for shares into the EAPPC. The shareholders of that time was 24, I think, of the bigger companies in South Africa, because it was limited to agencies with more than 100 employees, which was later changed to 50, but kicked off at 100.
And when you say, I mean, in exchange for contracts, there was some shielding. What do you mean by some shielding? Were there
Some shield, sorry, it's just my pronunciation. Some shielding, not shielding, shielding.
So the industry didn't pay for the shares; it got shares in exchange for committing to private property.
It was a limited period contract. Yes, you must carry my logo on all your marketing and all your ads and so forth. So the one hand washes the other. I would call it a barter transaction.
All right, I think I understand that better now. So you commit some loyalty and they give you a shareholding. Because I suppose that's how we seem to understand it as well. Because I mean, right from the start, I mean, you say you didn't see it as necessarily a partnership, but a lot of the I mean, I'm just looking at on the Rebosa website when it was launched into.
It's not a partnership between Rebosa and private property. It's a partnership between the estate agencies and private property. So
all right.
I was saying that Rebosa does not have a partnership.
All right, because I mean, maybe there's a bit of lost in translation here. Because I mean, in end of July 2015, we see on the Rebosa website, private property has a statement which talks about this new partnership with Rebosa represents the culmination of all those efforts to build trust and with the estate agent sector, and that the key focus is to unite, transform, uplift, empower, and develop the real estate profession across all areas of the market, achieving an environment for business to thrive in and expand. And private property supports this vision and will work alongside Rebosa in various initiatives. So, I mean, that's why I suppose we interpret it as a partnership.
Well, maybe it's in the words. All I'm trying to emphasize is all that Rebosa as an organization done in this regard and still does is to advise its members and the entire industry that the private property is the portal of choice. In other words, Rebosa says we advise you to support private property, and it's based on the argument I've given you earlier that we believe we've got to have a strong number 2 portal in order to control the pricing going forward. So that is, if you want to call that a partnership, you're welcome. But it's like almost one-sided. There's nothing coming back. And the partnership, it's normally both directions. So in this case, Rebosa says we believe under current circumstances and for the foreseeable future, we believe that's a good strategy for agents in general and for members in particular to follow.
All right. And I mean, what I have seen on at least the Rebosa board members, their agency websites, I mean, like previously the agency you founded, Leapfrog, I mean, most of them list at the bottom in their partnerships, they either call it a partnership or they just list private property and often Rebosa as well. Sometimes they have a relationship with a bond originator like Better Bond or Uber.
Yes.
But, I mean, all of them seem to promote. So was that part of the idea when you say joint marketing or putting the logo?
Yes. Now, like I said, there's clearly a partnership between the agents who get shares via the EAPPC and private property. It's a barter transaction. So part of that barter transaction is a company like Pam Golding has to carry a logo of private property on the same page. So that's the partnership. It's totally voluntary if a company carries a Rebosa logo as well. Many companies use us as a bit of a form of prestige, I guess. I belong to a company, an association, a group that has some image in the market. So they may use it, they may not. There's no obligation on any member to use a Rebosa logo or not. So it may be there or it may not.
All right. So as I understand what you're saying, I mean, part of that partnership, not only do you put private property's logo on, but the EAPPC members, the 24 agencies with 100 or more, also are committed to using private property, so they will pay to list their properties on private property as well.
Yes, but at the same time, it was for a period. In other words, the barter transaction is not open-ended. If my memory serves me right, it was a 3-year period. So many of those agencies have paid their 3-year dues. So if they now still carry that logo, then it's because they want to. That's it's part of the motivation that I gave you earlier, that they believe a second portal is important. There must be competition in the market. So they still continue to support for that reason. But they have earned their stake. In other words, the shares that the EAPPC own has been paid for in barter terms, over and done.
All right, so it's on private property, holding the logo, but that was time bound. So after 3 years, then you can, in fact, you could stop listing on private property if you wanted, but you still hold a share.
They certainly can, yes.
All right, that's very helpful. Thank you.
And the purpose of that letter that you've been reading from was to extend. I explained to you earlier how, because of the Tiger Venture Capital Fund, the initial offer was limited to bigger companies. Once the transaction happened where they were bought out and Caxton's bought in and so forth, and the other agents and the bond originators that you know about, once that happened, there was no longer that restriction. So EAPPC then took a decision that the shares can now be offered on the same terms and conditions to every estate agent in the country on the same terms. In other words, you don't have to pay for your stake of the EAPPC shareholding. You just also do a 3-year contract, and you also advertise and meet your other commitments for that period of 3 years. So that offer was then made to the entire industry, and that's why that letter was written.
Yes, and I saw that at obviously the heading of the letter was that, and that's the end. And just to understand that, so the letter indicated that you just needed an existing contract with private property, but are you saying it's a 3-year commitment?
I think you'll find a sentence somewhere there on the same terms and conditions as the founder members, so to speak, something of that nature. Sorry, I don't have the letter in front of me.
No.
But it would say if company X 5-6 years ago signed a 3-year contract and said I will carry logos, and in view of that, EAPPC will get shares and I'll get shares in the EAPPC, then we now say it to everyone, just sign the same contract for the same period, and then you get the same stake. You get your stake of the company, yes.
Yes, and you're absolutely right. It says on the same basis as the founder agencies at no cost. Your memory is good. And just so we understand, obviously the EAPPC has a limited shareholding in the overall business of private property. So if I joined as a new agency, what do I get? A share of the EAPPC share?
Yes.
And
you get your share of that. And then if you want to buy any more shares, last time I looked, private property was happy to sell more shares to agents, but I don't know if that offer is still standing. They'll be able to advise you.
All right, and presumably that would be then a dilution of the overall shareholding from Caxton or the bond originators.
That I really can't answer that question. That would be one option, but they may also have shares in abeyance that they can sell. There was definitely talk at the time of making shares available directly, but any agency in South Africa could become at no cost a member of EAPPC and share in the what is now 12.5% or 12.4% of private property.
And you also indicated that EAPC or Rebossa did this in order to have a say in one of the portals. And as we understand, you appoint 2 directors, and you've been that, and I think often the chair of Rebossa seems to be one of the directors, if I'm right.
That was I was at the time, and that was exactly the motivation. I'm not sure I get the rest of your question. Yes, that's what I said before.
Yeah, no, it was just whether it's just who those board seats go to. Is it the chair of Rebossa and
no,
or
not
is it just
no? The EAPPC elects its own directors. In other words, they certainly overlap, but the EAPPC has EM every year, and all the shareholders of the EAPPC, and they, like I said, there were 24 or so. There are now a few more. Get together and they vote in a new board. And very often there's an overlap. There's definitely an overlap of, I think, 3 or 4 at the moment. What you find, and this is a bit of background information, is that when you talk about any of these boards and organizations like Rebosa and the Institute of Estate Agents, you'll find that the bigger agencies, the principals of those agencies can more easily, more readily make time available to go to lots of meetings. Whereas if you're a one-man band and you've got to work hard on the next transaction, then taking a couple of hours off every day is not that convenient. So it's been my experience over decades that in most boards, in most associations of our industry, it's always the medium to bigger companies that put forward the people that serve in leadership positions. And it's a matter of cost and availability and expense.
And we'll come to that, but just the outcome of this share offer, you said a few more now to the 24, so it's not been taken up in a widespread manner, or do you know?
Not at all. And we advertised it in the Property Professional, which is a magazine that goes to virtually every estate agent every week. And it was published on the Rebosa website, and it was mailed to every Rebosa member. And we kept it open, I think, from June to December last year. And then I had one further application this year, and we allowed that as well to continue. So the door is closed, but not closed, because we'd rather have everyone on board. But it wasn't a big turnout, no.
All right. And just in terms of the board matters then, I mean, you have 2 members who sit on that board, and assume like any board, you've got budgetary matters, you've got strategy matters, that private property, you'd be part of those discussions.
Are you not talking which board? The Rebosa board?
No, the private property board. So when you were on that board, I mean, you would be familiar.
Absolutely, I was, yeah.
And that would cover, I assume, as I said, I mean, it's obviously got to cover budget and approval of budget. That would involve probably discussions of investments, of strategy, of pricing. I mean, maybe if you can just give us some insight.
Whether that was the case, of course. No, of course, all of that was discussed.
And I mean, what about the structure of pricing? Because what we had noticed is that private property has a single listing fee for unlimited, as I understand, and Property 24 has gone this lead-based pricing model, which is quite different. I mean, what's the rationale when you were on the board for sticking with the sort of listing model of unlimited?
You know, it was the situation when I got there, and to be perfectly blunt, my involvement in all of these things is certainly more strategic. I've been an estate agent, never a technical person, never a computer wizard, as you have clearly seen earlier today. So my interest in all of those discussions was much more are the agents protected, are the agents looked after, that sort of thing. Now, when we were then looking at, say, a pricing structure, this or that, and the CEO says, this is our current structure and we're sticking to that, I would never have seen the necessity, if that seems the best in his way, manner of thinking, to continue that way, to say, well, the agents are happy, I don't see them prejudiced, it works. So I never got into a discussion as to why don't we try the other one. I must also say at the time, it did become kind of clear that the approach to charge per lead, well, as P24 does, was not very popular. So I would have been hard-pressed to propose that sort of fee structure. It was not popular.
And why is it not popular?
Because the costs went up. I think that's the main reason. It was a matter of as that system was introduced, the fees went up. Now, they may not have been connected at all. Maybe the fees would have gone up anyway. But I think the market read it as, oh, this is now happening. And I think there were also issues, and please, I'm talking more than a year ago now that I was even near that. There was also a feeling that, now, what is a lead? It's one thing if you give me a purchaser ready to sign. That's a fantastic lead. I'll give you a lot of money. But if you charge me just because somebody clicked on my phone number, which he then never used, for example, then why must I pay for that? I think there was that feeling which made it unpopular.
Yeah, and I think an estate agent who came before us made that point. And also, I suppose that one can drive traffic to a site. It doesn't necessarily mean serious buyers.
Yes. But at the same time, I tried to say earlier that state agent, whoever he was, if he advertised in the days of the print press, then he didn't even know if somebody looked. So I'm still very happy there are portals around.
And what other sort of board matters did you take an interest in with that strategic hat on and the interests of the agents?
I was obviously part of every board meeting, so I participated in everything. I was just trying to show you my interest in the contribution that I could make. I certainly didn't weigh in on technical matters and such. I don't remember anything sticking out from what would be normal company business. Like you said, fee structure, how's the company growing, what is the expenses, is the income, is there profit, and so forth. But I certainly can't explain that in public, what I do remember of that.
All right, but to go back to the thorny issue for the estate agents is price increases or fee increases would be something presumably you would be vocal on.
Oh yes, that's for sure. And when I left there, I'm pretty sure that the price increases up to that time never exceeded CPI in any given year. So if my memory serves me right, the private property price increases never exceeded CPI in any given year, not in my time.
And I think private property confirmed that with us. Presumably, it's still going to make money, but the costs are not increasing by more than CPI, and therefore CPI should cover them. Is that roughly right?
I suppose so, but you see, you can't on cost just say that, because you would understand that you have to advertise. I explained to you earlier that it's useless to have the most beautiful house in the area, nobody can find you. So to be able to be found, you've got to spend money mainly on Google. So you can't necessarily say that your costs only go up by, say, 6%, and then your expenses only up by 6%. You've got to take a strategic decision. Do you spend more to grow market share as number two to get closer to number one? Or do you just hold your own, or what do you do? So the cost could go up more than the income. It could. I'm not saying it did, but it could.
And the other thing that private property offers is the listing engine Fusion and website development. Was there any obligation in this barter around the use of Fusion? We have heard that many of the larger agencies have their own engines.
There was no such obligation at all.
All right. I assume, as you sort of indicated, it's not exclusive. So it wasn't that the agencies were exclusive to private property. They did go through a 3-year commitment to list there, but they would also list on Property 24.
Undoubtedly.
And that's because I suppose its position as the leader with generating lots of leads, that you've probably got to be there.
It's that, but there's another simple factor. If you're a principal of an estate agency, you can almost say your first client is the agents that are involved in your agency, your colleagues. You want them to work for you and not for another principal in another company. So if you were to say, I'm going to take all my stock and save money, I'm going to take it off the market leader P24, and I'm just going to focus on private property, you will lose your agents to somebody who doesn't do that. So for your own agent's sake, you will stay on both at least, and be under pressure if you don't.
Right, because they're getting commission on sales. That's their income. And so if you're taking away leads from them, they're going to say, why should I stay with you?
That's the end of you, definitely.
Mr. LaRue, a few weeks ago we had Mr. Jagaru from Property Central, and he's a new portal, and he had indicated that I think in his complex is a leapfrog agent, and through that he communicated, or that agent communicated with you to, I suppose, indicate that he was now around and would like support, and he was told apparently that that you would not support him because it's another platform you're going to have to pay for in the future. I don't know if you recall this interaction at all.
Well, if that was in my days at Leapfrog. I retired from the board there in at least 4.5 or 5 years ago. So if he approached me since then, I would not have been able to give him that answer because I wouldn't be able to help him. If it was before that, depends. The way I remember, now I'm talking, like I say, 4 or 5 years ago, the Leapfrog policy was, and I suppose it will still be, that the franchisee in Leapfrog, whichever franchise, there's a franchise company, so it could be a franchisee in Cape Town area, and that franchisee actually decides where these ads go. It's not Leapfrog National, where I was a director, that would pay for those advertising or anything, or anything of that nature. So the franchisee would say, yes, I'm taking both portals, or I'm taking 3. In fact, most of the Leapfrog stock in my day were listed on many more portals than just private property and P24, because that's how agents think. If I can list on your property for free, why wouldn't I do that? And many do. So I can't imagine what that reference might have been. It doesn't make sense to me. I can't remember it, and it doesn't make sense to me.
All right, and I mean, obviously you've made a punt to support private property as the second portal. I mean, what is the?
Hopefully.
Sorry, I as we were talking at the same time, I think I didn't get what you were saying. So
I was just saying I've never in my mind put private property in the second position for time immemorial. I am holding thumbs that they can compete and even take over.
I mean, just to understand, maybe amongst your Robosa colleagues or your EAPPC colleagues, what is the view about supporting other platforms? Because, certainly a number of smaller platforms have come to us and said, look, we don't get the support of the larger agencies at all. And, some of them are free. Now, these may not be the IOLs of the world. It may be some of the newer portals like My Property, Property Central. Yeah. I mean, do you know from your discussions, does this come up, and do you know what your colleagues' views are?
My information is second-hand, and my relationship with Leapfrog is closer than with any of the others. And I can't imagine that in Leapfrog, the CEO would say, no, you are not allowed to put your stock on My Property. You probably will get advice that if you only have 10 Rand to spend, please rather spend it where it makes a difference. And the difference being the philosophy I've shared with you, that we need a good second position in the market so to prevent a monopolistic situation. That advice would certainly be given, and not just by Leapfrog. But I've never heard, and I can't imagine that somebody would say, you just don't do it. The only time I've ever heard any person saying you can't put stuff on that property was when there were some other issues involved. People bad-mouthing estate agents, for example. I can imagine that a principal will say, how can you support somebody that says to the consumer that estate agents are too expensive and useless and so forth? But I know of no other reason or event where there was such a thing ever said or done. No.
All right. But I suppose by committing, you kind of have to be on Property 24, as I understand, because they're generating the leads. And then you're committing or backing this other horse, private property. So in terms of just your marketing budget, as you put it, spend where it matters, there may be less available for spend on other platforms or portals that emerge.
That might well be a result. But can I also just please correct, I'm not saying all the leads come from private property. From P24, private property is a good second. But no, it does. There's so much money to spend. And if I'm not personally an estate agent practicing today, I would have my properties on P24 and on private property, and I wouldn't go anywhere else with my own money for that very reason. And not because anyone is against the third portal. It's just, and I'm talking a bit as a non-techie here, but I don't see how you get off the ground and compete if you're not already kind of strong. So I'm hoping for a good third place. I can't imagine 20 small companies making a difference because it's just too big and too effective and make much sense.
Yeah, and I suppose new platforms may come up with new ideas. There may be some that have backing, some that don't. It's kind of, in this sort of world, it's maybe a bit uncertain, that space. But if there's not the support for them, then I suppose they're not even out of the starting block.
Well, you are, of course, right. If they come up with something totally novel that I don't see at the moment, but now remember, I'm talking to you as an old print press guy. There was a dominant paper in Johannesburg called The Star. It was difficult to launch a property paper against The Star in the old days. And the Sunday Times after that and so forth. So, yeah, it's difficult to launch a brand new portal against two very successful portals. It's no different.
It seems the other difficulty that some of these portals have had is that the listing engines like Fusion or Prop Control don't interface with them. From your time on the board of private property, was this ever a point of discussion about estate agents wanting to link to others and making it available through Fusion for those who were listing through Fusion on private property?
In my days, there was absolutely no limitation on where Fusion could, whom Fusion could link with and who they could forward your stock to. Absolutely none. Wherever it was accepted, any portal could be fed via Fusion. I'm absolutely sure of that. I don't know if it changed in the past year or 18 months, but I have no reason to think so, and it definitely wasn't like that.
Yeah, so I think, as we understand, Fusion only links with IOL, Gumtree, Property 24, and maybe one other, but it may be that the newer platforms are not part of that list, and that's the old complete list.
It was definitely a longer list in my days, and I can't imagine why they would have stopped that at all. What can change is if a portal doesn't keep up with the latest technology and stuff, and a new API is needed to make it happen, then they could fall off the wagon, so to speak. But I'm absolutely convinced that in my time there, Fusion couldn't say to an agent, you want us to send your data to company X, and we will not do it. That did not happen. Not to anyone.
All right. I did want to, we haven't got much time left, just because we had those technical issues. But I did want to discuss about the sort of Rebosa and its membership.
Yes.
I've been to the website. I don't see a list of members, but I go to the board, and it seems to be, as you maybe indicated earlier, it's kind of the big agencies that are all sitting there.
Sorry, if I may say so, I didn't indicate that. I explained that the bigger agencies partook in the initial EAPPC. But Rebosa is actually very badly understood from that perspective, so I'll give you a quick breakdown. It is true that 21 of the biggest firms in South Africa belong to Rebosa. But of course, first of all, keep in mind that in many of those firms, which are very often, with the exception of about one or two, all franchise operations, it means there's a franchisee of company X that belongs. So when I say 21, in any one of those 21 companies, there could be 100 franchisees that belongs to Rebosa. And all of those franchisees, which in a smaller sense, all as part of 21 firms, there are 13,000 agents employed. But there are also there are 630 smaller firms that are members of Rebosa, 630, of which 99 are black firms. All members of Rebosa, 99 black firms, and in total 630 smaller firms, and then the 21 national groupings that is made up of smaller firms in almost every case.
All right, but if we look at the board, and the board is the part of the decision-making body. I mean, you'll accept this is, it's Rawson, Leapfrog, Pangold, Seif, Jarvitz, Hazelmark. I mean, it's your big players.
Yes.
And it is all white male.
I'm sorry to admit, yes.
Yeah, look, I think, because I suppose what has come up in these hearings is also the lack of transformation of this estate agency industry. And so I did want to engage you briefly on that. I mean, because it goes to Rabosa, but also private property. I'm sure you're familiar, and I think there was an interview that I saw that you did with the Mail and Guardian indicating only about 5% of estate agents are black. We've got an all-white Rabosa board. I mean, what is being done to support them, the transformation by both Rabosa and private property when you were a board member?
May I just point out first, I mentioned to you earlier that my experience over many decades are that the bigger firms put the people forward to actually serve in leadership positions. And you're welcome to check that with the National Property Forum, with the Institute of Estate Agents. It is the case. The second case is when you look at the bigger firms, most of them in the old white market are male dominated. There aren't that many females up there. So it's a matter of who's available. I'm not excusing, I'm explaining. As to transformation, what does Rabosa do? Obviously, it's up to Rabosa's members to effect transformation, and all of them have different plans. Some of them even see it as a strategic advantage. So I have one biggish member in Rabosa that has a 70% black staff complement. With black, of course, I mean as per the Empowerment Act legislation, Indian colored. So some of them are doing very well, better than others. Another factor to keep in mind there is, and this is a tricky one to get your head around, there are about 45,000 agents registered, and there are about 7,000 firms registered. And that, if you divide 7,000 into that, you find a rather small number of agents per firm. In fact, it is the previous CEO of the board said to us that 85% of all estate agencies have a turnover of less than 2.5 million per annum in gross income. So they're not big. And remember, that is a maximum. So the average of those smaller agencies could even be lower. I'm explaining to you, it's very much a mom and pop shop sort of industry. So when one worked the national empowerment figures, and by the way, it's not 5%, it's closer to 20%, the black participation in the industry. When you take the mom and pop shops that employ just the mom and pop, excuse the pun, then there's not many empowerment issues there. There's not many blacks that's ever going to be employed in a mom and pop shop because it's just mom and pop working from home or wherever. That puts quite an onus on the bigger companies that do employ a lot of people. So technically, you should actually work the figures separately from the bigger companies that has employment opportunities and the smaller ones that don't. So yes, I think the bigger companies are actually doing much better than what most people believe or think. And like I say, I've got big companies of 70% and 50% and 40%. Leapfrog, by the way, is way over 30%, just off the top of my head. Not where one would like to see it. And of course, a lot more must be done. But our Rabosa members are doing very much in that regard, much more than what is known. And interesting is, as well, maybe you can use this. The EAB often say that they're waiting for the new legislation and the BE certificates that will become, compulsory for data. But they actually have all this data. The EAB should be able to give you the data to say how many firms, how big are they, how many people are employed in every firm, give us a breakdown. And they even have the race. So they could tell you there are 100 companies that employ 3 people only, and the percentage black is X. They have it on their books. So I don't know why they pretend not to. What else is happening? A bit of feedback, and this is fresh off the press. It hasn't been announced anywhere yet, so I'm sharing with you now that Rabosa is launching early in the new year a business leadership program. That is a 6-month course that we've put together, and that will train agents to become business people instead of just selling property. In other words, if you want to start your own agency and run and manage it, what do you really practically have to do? Now, this is different from the EAB and Services CETAS requirements of an NQF4, which is sort of a bit academic. We put together a course that will really teach you how to run a business. And why I'm mentioning it to you is we have now arranged sponsorship that early in the new year we'll start advertising and get applications. And we want to put the first 20 black agents into that course at our cost. We've arranged finance for that. Of course, the course is open to everyone. It's not just a black course, but we believe it's the first of its type in the country, and I think it'll serve a fantastic purpose. Because when I say your black member participation in the industry is closer to 20%, that is as agent. The number of black business owners, principals, and managers, that is a very low percentage. So that's where we want to make a difference. You've also asked earlier, the background of Rebosa, we're the real business owners of South Africa. So it's a non-profit company of business owners, not of estate agents. Bit of an historical story there. If you want the background, I'll give it to you.
No, it's fine.
But it's for that.
Mr. LaRue, I would challenge your picture that you're painting here. I mean, I've got a 2018 article from the Mail and Guardian which quotes a US saying 5% of estate agents registered with the EAB are black. At the launch of the Property Practitioners Act, it was said of the 43,000 registered estate agents, only 3,000 were black and only 400 were principal. And I did go to most of Leapfrog's agencies, and to be honest, half of them don't have a single black representative. Some have one, who generally is an intern or an administrator. So I do think the way you're painting this is not a true reflection, but I'm not going to dwell on that now. What I do want to just ask you is, we as a panel have to consider access to online portals, and what has been raised by small emerging agencies, that the fee structure both on Property 24 and private property is prohibitive. So private property, the listings of unlimited listings for a single fee, obviously the fewer listings you have, the more expensive it is. And as you have indicated, the private property, the Property 24 fee structure is, in fact, expensive. So as a barrier to getting onto online portals, which are an essential element, small black agencies are saying this is a problem. So what do you think should be done from the portal side, or as a recommendation from us to fix that?
Well, I must first of all object to your response. The numbers I've given you is absolutely factually correct. On Leapfrog, 33%, and I'll ask the CEO to confirm that to you. But more importantly, please look at the Estate Agency Board's annual report to Parliament. It was published this very year at the end of March. And the numbers I've given you, closer to 20% and so forth, is all in that report. It's all official, it's all true, so you can please check for yourself. You're welcome. As to what can one do on the pricing and stuff, there I cannot be of any assistance. As I explained earlier, I come from the newspaper side. It always cost agents money to advertise. It was, apart from your office rent, it was always your biggest expense after that. I originally thought that the portal business will bring that cost down dramatically because it's not print press, it's not running around with paper, it's not that sort of stuff. I thought it could be produced cheaper, and maybe it can. But that's what they charge. If I objectively look, it doesn't look impossibly high. I wish it was lower, but I can't help you how to get that down. I think our strategy in Rebosa to support a good number 2 is the only sure way of making sure it doesn't go totally out of kilter, and to maybe even bring it down a bit. Because if private property as a second in line was to do much better, then the market leader may have to cut costs to keep market share. I don't know, but that's the only strategy I personally have that I think can work.
All right, thank you, Mr. LaRue, and we'll take you up on those offers. I mean, I suppose what we're left with as an impression is large agencies have the share in private property, large agencies run the board of Rebosa, and are they really thinking about how to the experience of smaller agencies in this industry and what their interests may be?
You know, you must give me a few more minutes. I work full time in Rebosa, and most of my work is done for small agencies. Let's take an example. The biggest challenge agencies have is the Estate Agency Affairs Board not issuing Fidelity Fund certificates, which is basically a license to trade, and making a real mess of CPD and qualifications and that sort of stuff. I won't bore you with that. So we then act, and we've recently won a court case against the board for that very reason. And we keep on acting for them. And we've got a full-time lady on a contract that their only job is to go to the board to try and get certificates for agents. Now, why I'm sharing that with you is bigger companies have their own HR divisions that does that for them. That lady that works for us here, 90% of the time are acting for very small agencies to help them get their certificates. So we do a lot for small businesses. And as you've heard, we've got hundreds of small firms as members. And we, I dare say, are the biggest representative body and the single representative body in the industry. So, most of our work is actually, most of my day is taken up for work for smaller agencies, not for big ones. They look after themselves.
And I would expect they do. So, I mean, what I'd like to ask you, and maybe to add to your workload, is to think about how do we make these platforms more accessible for small agencies, and maybe to canvass those smaller agencies and what their experience is. Because certainly every time the price increases come through, there seems to be a lot of discontent, and smaller agencies indicate, they don't have the brand or pulling power of the bigger agencies, that this is a much bigger or disproportionate cost for them. So we'd like to get Rebosa engaged on thinking about, A, whether this is the case and engaging small members, but B, if it is, are there any recommendations you can make that we should look at in order to change that scenario, if that is indeed what it is like? So we would appreciate exactly that engagement. And Mr. LaRue, we've suddenly lost your picture, but are you still there?
There was just because I'm on my cell phone, something appeared that took the picture, I suppose.
You're back.
I'm back, yeah. Point taken. If I have such a recipe, I'll certainly do something about that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. LaRue, and thank you for coming to the public hearings on request, and we appreciate fitting in with our schedule. So we do appreciate that, and I'm sure there'll be further engagements going forward.
Yes, you are. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm great. Rest assured, I'll be sending you those stats on the race breakdown of the estate agents, so that you don't have to doubt my word about that anymore.
All right. Thank you, Mr. LaRue. You can now leave the virtual stage, and we're going to take a 10-minute break. And when we resume, it will be with Take a Lot.
Thank you. Bye.
Welcome to the Take a Lot team. I think maybe at the outset, Mr. Reid, just to apologize for bumping you not once but twice. It was beyond our control, but I realize that does inconvenience you. So just from the panel side, apologies for that. But as we are late in the evening on Monday, let me allow you to introduce your team and then proceed with your presentation.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Hodge. Nice to see you again, and Mr. Tsepe as well as the technical panel and the general public. I'm going to go straight into the presentation to introduce the team, if that's okay with you. I have pictures of everyone on the slide, so it's probably easier that way. Are you able to see the presentation?
We are.
Great. So you have me today, the founder and chairman of the Take a Lot Group. We have Mamochai Maclare, who's the recently appointed TakeALot.com Group CEO. We also have Frederick Zitzman, who is the TakeALot.com CEO. We have Johannes Berger, who's our group head of legal and regulatory compliance, as well as Tomosho Sekhabela, our senior legal counsel for regulatory compliance. We also have our legal representatives as well as our economists here with us who are out of shot. We've made various submissions to the Commission to date. We don't intend to deal with the detail of these submissions, just to try and highlight the history of the business, as well as deal with certain issues that have come up during the hearing. We do value this process and the ability to, or the chance to participate in this process. And also, I think the call out is also that when we come across certain confidential matters in the Q&A, we will claim confidentiality and deal with that in camera early next year. Starting off with TakeALot.com, we're a proudly South African retailer committed to continuing to create jobs, enabling SMEs, as well as growing in what we believe is an ever-competitive retail market. We started our journey back in 2010 with the purchase of a very small online retailer called Take2. This was a deal that was done between myself and Tiger Global at the time, where we both invested. Tiger Global is a US-based investment firm who backed us in the early days of our inception. At the time of going into the market, we were up against large retailers and still remain up against large retailers as competitors in the market. The numbers that you see on the screen represent the size of those retailers in 2011 when we started. So you'll see us to the right of this graph. Starting in 2011, Kalahari started in 1999, which is obviously applicable to this hearing. And then we've got people like Massmart, ShopRite. We've got Steinhoff up there, who obviously trade today as largely as Pepkor, Pick n Pay, Clicks, as well as Lewis, who all started at significant times before we actually started our business in 2011. As part of our journey, we found delivery difficult in the early days, and we purchased Mr. Delivery to take care of our logistics part of the business. We purchased 40% of Mr. Delivery in 2011. And at that stage, Mr. Delivery was a very rudimentary food delivery business, which we've gradually transformed into the Take a Lot delivery team today, which delivers upwards of 95% of all our deliveries to our customers. We completed the purchase of 100% of Mr. Delivery in 2014. In 2014, we also started our marketplace, and we've grown that steadily over the years till today, and we continue to grow it. And we grew from roughly 6 marketplace sellers in 2014 to more than 5,500 today. Most of these marketplace sellers are SMEs. Many of them are historically disadvantaged individuals as well. And we enable these businesses to build their businesses on our platform and grow as we grow as a business. 2014, we also did a deal with Naspers, and Naspers became a shareholder in our business. That was late 2014. And this came about really as a result of Kalahari, who had launched in 1999. We had launched in 2011. And at the stage that we actually did this particular deal, Kalahari, through its backing from Naspers at that stage, it only managed to grow to the same size as we were in 2011. So it took us roughly 4 years to grow to that size in 2011, and Kalahari had taken quite a while to try and get to the same level as we had in 2011. The deal made sense at that time because we continue to compete in a highly competitive retail environment. And the combination of the businesses gave us the ability to continue to compete in that retail environment. The next transaction, which is probably relevant to this, is when Naspers became the majority shareholder in 2017. And that happened through the exit of Tiger Global from the business. As I said to you before, Tiger Global is an international investment firm with particular time horizons for their investments, and it made sense for them to exit at that stage, and it made sense for Naspers to take up the investment from Tiger Global in 2017. Looking at the business and the Takealot ecosystem, as we call it, we have many participants to our ecosystem, starting really with employees who work for the business and have built the business to date. We have customers who transact on the platform. We have franchisees who assist us with deliveries, driver partners who work for these franchisees as independent drivers and deliver in the last mile to customers. And then we also have suppliers that we purchase goods from, and then sellers that we enable on the platform, sellers that are able to build businesses on the platform. In the last 10 years, we've managed to build a recognizable South African retail brand, and our business has grown. We've been fortunate to grow our business in such a way that our orders have grown from the very beginning to orders of a couple of thousand a month to the millions a month that we do today. And also, very importantly, we've grown our seller base from the 6 odd that we had in 2014 in our rudimentary marketplace to a more sophisticated marketplace that we operate today with more than 5,500 sellers. We've also created many opportunities and job opportunities over this time, which is important to just dwell on for a moment. We have created jobs through our 77 franchise hubs for more than 560 franchisee staff. We have created jobs for 12,200 driver partners in the network who deliver to our customers. And we've created 5,500 marketplace sellers who are all SMEs and all provide additional employment benefits to the people who work for them. And they've been building their businesses on our platform. We also provide 4,721 employment opportunities within Takealot.com. And the total number of people employed within the Takealot group today is roughly 5,533. All of these obviously have multiplier effects, and the numbers that we show you right now are just the base numbers. And the employment opportunities are much greater than this, given the multiplier effects that they create. The business has grown and become more complex over time. And today we have 1.8 million customers. We deliver, as I said before, more than 1 million packages per month. We have 75 customer pickup points that are run largely by our franchisees that own the 77 franchise hubs. We have 3.5 kilometers of conveyor belts operating within our warehouses, and our warehouses are roughly 100,000 square meters We have roughly 100,000 square meters of warehousing space at the moment, and they are located in Johannesburg, Cape Town, with a much smaller one in Durban. I'd like to talk through the complexity of our business that COVID has created as well, which will feed into some other themes that we pick up later in the presentation. Although COVID obviously has been good for our business in growth, perhaps a little history on how we build our business traditionally on a yearly basis and how COVID affected us. So we started 2020 in our usual fashion, where we plan meticulously to improve our systems and our processes, as well as our equipment requirements, to be able to cater for the seasonal push that happens pretty much from October through December each and every single year. This is a traditional planning phase that we go through, and we are hard at work during the year making sure that we can scale the business to take on the rigors that are required at the year end. COVID changed that a little bit, because we went into March 27 in a hard lockdown, as most businesses did in this country, really wondering whether we were going to come out of it and whether we would actually have any business after the 27th. But we were fortunate enough to go into May and open up at record numbers. And that was very difficult for us to handle, because we did not have the luxury of putting the systems and processes and equipment in place to be able to handle the scale that came in the months from May right the way through to December. At the same time, we increased our seller base at that same time from roughly 2,584 sellers to 3,915 sellers. That provided some significant challenges in the business, and we're still trying to catch up with the systems and processes that are required in the business to be able to service each part of the business. We did, however, do a particularly good job over the 2020 festive season from a customer-focused perspective, because that was our best ever customer operational year that we managed to achieve in the business despite the challenges of COVID. If we look at the Takealot ecosystem, I think we can dwell on this for a moment, just to understand how we build the business. So we start the business by listing from suppliers and brands. That happens in our retail part of the business. And the more products we list, the more value we create in the platform, the more customers we actually get onto the platform, the more traffic we generate, the more scale we build, the more systems we put in place in the business, and the more we invest in the platform to increase the value of the platform, and the better the customer experience becomes. Then what we do at a stage is we switch on the marketplace. We're able to switch on marketplace because we have systems and processes that we've invested in. And marketplace is important to our business because it's very difficult as a business to be able to become what we want to be termed as the everything store, where everyone any customer can come and really purchase anything they want on the platform. Difficult for us to be able to provide that in our retail environment efficiently. And that's where marketplace becomes a very important lever in our business, because they provide greater variety in the platform, and also able to build their businesses on the platform. The better they do on the platform, the more tools and services we provide to them, the more customers we actually get onto the platform, the more traffic we generate, the more volume and efficiencies we're able to effect in the cycle, and the better it becomes for all participants in the actual cycle. It's very important for us that sellers are part of our journey, because they benefit from the value in the platform as the platform grows. And the better the sellers do, the better the platform does, and therefore the better the business does effectively. If we look at what we compete for within the market, we compete on two sides of the market. So we're competing for customers to take them away from traditional bricks and mortar, as well as other online companies who are selling exactly the same goods online and in bricks and mortar. And we compete vigorously for these customers on an ongoing basis. But not only that, we also compete for suppliers and sellers. Suppliers have options. They can actually list their stock in bricks and mortar, or they can list them online. Some suppliers don't want to necessarily list online. But we compete vigorously to get those suppliers online. We also compete vigorously for sellers on the platform. And sellers have many options. So sellers can either start up their own websites. It's become quite simple for sellers to be able to enable themselves through various mechanisms and various businesses that are out there that are enablement businesses for sellers to be able to start their businesses. And then they link into courier companies and they get going without our help. So we're trying to encourage them to come onto the platform because we believe that they can get a better service from us as a platform than they would doing it themselves. They also are able to list on other marketplace platforms. There are quite a few marketplace platforms, some owned by large and some owned by smaller enterprises in the market. But we're all competing for exactly the same sellers in the market as well to get them onto the platform. Sellers also have the option of going into bricks and mortar as well. We must never forget that. I'm going to hand over to Fred to carry on with the presentation, and we'll switch between the two of us as we progress.
Thank you, Kim. Good day, Mr. Hodge and Mrs. Tepe and public at large. Thank you for the opportunity that you've given me to take you through our business model. I think just starting with the competitive environment, Takealot.com competes within the retail market. And as of today, we still compete with a model that is foreign and new to most shoppers within the region. Therefore, we aim to make our shopping simple, easy, and we try to minimize any friction that sits within the consumer journey. The customer experience on our platforms will follow very standard and rational flow. Customers will come into either our apps, be it an Android or iOS app, or our desktop site, and they will search and browse our merchandise and our catalog. They will find the product that they would like to buy. They will then enter into a very logical checkout process where we offer various payment methods and various delivery options, whether they want to collect the item at one of our 75 pickup points or get the items delivered to a office or home, whichever is most convenient for them. I think it's important to distinguish our model into its two parts, as most customers aren't aware that our platform actually offers two models. We have on the one side, we've got our retail product, which is Takealot.com, that buys, owns, warehouses, and trades on our own working capital. This is very similar to any other retailer. We take margin and we take stock risk on those products. On the other side, as Kim mentioned, we've got a marketplace where we allow third-party SMEs to list their products on our marketplace. We give them a scalable and easy-to-use platform to enable them to sell through digital channels. Our promise here is really to allow the customer to shop anything they can imagine, as Kim alluded to earlier. The only distinction on our platform would be if you look at the two examples we show you, the TV at the top is sold by a retail supplier and the bottom is sold by a marketplace seller, only distinguished by the sold by the seller in the bottom picture. Both models follow exactly the same process in how the stock flows into our distribution centers and through to the customer. Having source of supply coming from various parties on our platforms, we aim to provide the customer at all times with the best possible offer on a specific product. Therefore, we have a mechanism on our site that we commonly refer to as the buy box. The buy box does not discriminate to any retail product or marketplace product. It purely aims to present the customer with the best option. On the screen, you can see a seller winning the buy box above Takealot Retail as well as other sellers. The buy box takes into account two main variables, which is both price and availability. Our marketplace really aims to provide a simple, scalable, and end-to-end online e-commerce solution to small, medium enterprises. If you look at the services that we offer these sellers, you can, at a high level, categorize them into 3 buckets of services. 1, discovery, making it possible for sellers to get their merchandise listed and discovered on our platform. B, operational fulfillment capability and services. And then to round it off, a holistic support service, both from a customer and a seller perspective. The details of that is listed on the slide. I'll briefly touch on some of them. We do assist sellers with listing creation, creating their catalog on our website. Research shows that quality listings convert better. We spend a dedicated amount of time helping them with that. We educate our sellers through multiple mediums, whether it's webinars, classrooms, or written content. We've got a dedicated promotional capability that supports our sellers, enabling them to get listed in our promotional campaigns. We've recently launched our advertising business on takelot.com, which allows sellers to drive discoverability of their products. These services enable sellers to start off on a platform and to get them going. Once we have conversion on the platform, our services will then take into account the inbound move of stock into our distribution centers. We do the fulfillment and last mile services for these sellers. In some cases, we warehouse their stock within our distribution centers. And I think very importantly, we do deal with the end-to-end returns processing of their transactions. That includes the customer engagement through our customer service team, as well as the logistics and the final evaluation of the items. From a support perspective, which is sometimes not understood and respected as much, we do offer sellers holistic support services. We've got a dedicated team to address the sellers, whether they phone us or list tickets on our seller portal. We do offer quality customer service to service these customers that buy from the marketplace sellers. And then lastly, very important, we have a compliance team that makes sure that the hygiene of the platform is intact and that the sellers compete fairly and that retail competes fairly. To Kim's point, we've got at the moment roughly about 5,500 sellers that are successfully trading on our marketplace platform. They do this for various reasons and they derive various benefits from our platform. Not all sellers get the same benefits, but at a high level, the benefits that they get, the obvious one, access to a large, high intent user base that uses our web platform as well as our apps to shop. They generate additional revenue streams that complement existing sales channels. We have a lot of existing businesses that use our platform to drive a halo effect into their business. They get a greater reach in terms of our customers. Our customers are spread across the country, as well as the low logistics and delivery costs that we offer them. Importantly, they leverage our brand strength and the trust that we've built with our customers over the years. Lastly, enabling innovation. A lot of sellers, and we've got examples of this, have built brands successfully on our platform and has then rolled out these brands to your more traditional bricks and mortar channels. Lastly, actionable insights. I think something sellers appreciate a lot is the real customer feedback that they get through our reviews program for them to improve and to build upon their product categories. I'll now hand over to Kim to take you through the competitive environment.
Thanks, Fred. So looking at competition and competitive dynamics, a customer has a need state, and in this particular example, a customer is looking for a TV and they have many choices. We don't know what that customer need state is at that time, nor does any retailer for that matter. But we're all competing for that exact same customer, and we're all selling them that exact same product. The customer has many choices to make, either through pure play online retailers like ourselves or through pure play bricks and mortar. And this is really morphing at the moment with many bricks and mortar players coming online. And looking at our customer base today, and interestingly enough, this was one of the findings found in the merger between Takelot and Kalahari by the Competition Commission, which actually hasn't changed, is that many of our customers have only shopped once or twice online, proving to us certainly that these customers shop predominantly in bricks and mortar retail for those same products, and we're actually competing for the same customers on an ongoing basis. Retail is morphing and changing over time, and competition is hotting up. And many traditional bricks and mortar retailers, as I've said, are moving online into e-commerce. And some of them are using other ways to compete, not only online, but also in store. If you have a look at Game right now, they've launched a new age store. I believe it's in Johannesburg. And what they allow customers to do, and I think they're rolling this out in mass actually, what they allow customers to do is check prices in store, compare them with online prices, and then they actually match those prices in store. And this provides them a way to compete with the online channels as well as the other bricks and mortar stores out there. As a retailer, we still remain a very small retailer in the South African market. Yes, we have grown, and we've grown quite substantially over the last 10 to 11 years. But if you have a look at many of our competitors to the left of that graph, we still remain a very small player against them. And, we still remain in a highly competitive environment, exactly the same environment we launched into in 2011. If we look at online retail in general, as a percentage of retail, online retail in general today is only sitting at 2.3% of total retail. And we make up roughly around 1% of the total retail market in South Africa. Still a very small retailer in this market. If we look specifically at marketplaces, we're certainly not the only game in town. There are many marketplaces out there that enable existing sellers to come online. The likes of Macro have a marketplace. JD Group through the Every Shop have a marketplace as well. And they all compete vigorously for the sellers to come onto their marketplace. In fact, many of our sellers also multi-home, and they'll go to various marketplaces as well, not only be on takealot.com. An interesting one is Leroy Merlin, who originally were a marketplace seller on our platform and proved just how easy it was for them to actually go off the platform and start something themselves. They used a off-the-shelf software platform and have now started their own marketplace and are no longer selling on takealot.com. Vodacom has also just recently launched their super app, in which they're enabling marketplace sellers to also sell within their platform. So many competitors in the market, and we can't forget, Loot or Bidderbuy, who launched certainly as e-commerce players way before us, and have also launched marketplaces subsequent. In fact, Bidderbuy were probably one of the first marketplaces in the country. Fred, back to you.
Thank you, Kim. For the next couple of slides, I'll take you through just a high-level overview of how complex our business model is. I think important to note that for continued value creation for all the participants on our platform, be it customers, sellers, suppliers, Takealot requires to take a very complex process and simplify it. The simplification is largely required because we've got a business that is interconnected by its nature and design, and therefore we require all participants to adhere to standards and controls. The callouts on this slide refers to the October 2021 calendar month, which is last month. To take you through a bit of a journey of this complexity, during the month of October 2021, we had more than 1.8 million customers that shopped on our platform successfully. They browsed and searched more than 1 million product listings on our platform, of which 520,000 of these items and unique items are stored within our distribution centers that are both from marketplace sellers, which equated for more than 5,500 sellers, as well as more than 660 suppliers. Once these items and customers successfully transact, our model then requires us to deliver these units, and during the month of October, our last mile fulfillment capability delivered more than 2.6 million units to our customers. On receipt of these items or while purchasing these items, we were required to deal with more than 220,000 customer-related tickets, whether through phone calls or online tickets that they generate. More than 11,000 sellers contacted us. Obviously, seller can contact us more than once during a calendar month. We provide sellers with a holistic support service. To end off this, we deal with more than 150,000 return units per month that we collect on behalf of sellers in our retail business. We receive them, evaluate them, and process them within our distribution centers. All these interconnected parts of our business requires that all participants, be it customers, sellers, and suppliers, are, excuse me, thank you, Kim. It requires all our customers, suppliers, and sellers to adhere to our standards, and really for us to provide great customer service, we need to simplify this environment. One of the ways, deep diving into our marketplace business, that we standardize and control is through our marketplace terms and conditions. It's important to note that we've got one set of terms and conditions that applies uniformly to all sellers, regardless size, shape, or age. These documents are very clear to read and ultimately are aimed at balancing the interest of all participants, Takealot.com customers and marketplace sellers on our platform. These documents, whether the formal T's and C's, supplementary schedule, service level agreements, or policies, are distributed to each seller. The seller accepts these T's and C's as well as the adjacent documents as part of the formal onboarding process onto our platform. Our onboarding follows a very structured flow where we actually do knowledge tests to make sure that the seller do understand the implications of our terms and conditions. Our aim is to continuously improve our marketplace service and model. This comes through iteration. And we regularly engage sellers through various channels and forums where they raise service level concerns and operational concerns to us. During the course of the public hearings, we've heard our sellers speak around these and to these service level issues as well as operational issues. I think it's fair to say that they are not new to us, however, we thank our sellers for airing them. The first one that we want to address today is returns. Let me start with the need for returns. As with any e-commerce site, the customers do not have the ability to touch and feel products. Therefore, we believe that returns are an important part of creating and maintaining the credibility of our platform and to win customer trust. The easy returns for customers increase the attractiveness of the platform and the benefits to all participants, be it Takealot Retail, the customers, or the sellers. Our returns are dealt with in the same way for our retail products and our marketplace products. We do not distinguish between the source. Important to note that our returns policy must afford customers the mandatory statutory consumer protections that is promulgated by the CPA, as well as to bring uniformity to the customer engagement and operational complexities. The concept of price parity and the relevant clause in our T's and C's have been mentioned in the public hearings, and I will now expand a little bit more around what price parity means. To protect our customers first and foremost, we request our sellers to list their products at the same or better pricing on our marketplace as they would on their own website. We do not restrict them in terms of their pricing on any other marketplace platform, and they're free to list and trade on any other marketplace platform. It's important to note that our sellers price completely independently. They set their own prices. We don't influence it, and we don't try to suggest pricing to them. We've invested into this platform over many years, as Kim mentioned, starting in 2014, and we provide great value to all participants on this platform. And I think, given the concept of free riding and sellers using our platform to market their own off-site stores, we do not encourage that, and this clause protects us from any potential free riding. Gating of products or brands is another theme or concept that has been discussed in the public hearings to date. I think as a disclaimer and a point of note, all our relationship with all our suppliers and sellers are confidential, so we would appreciate that any specific gating issues that is related to a brand or supplier, we'll happily discuss that in our in-camera session in February. I think starting with gating, it's important to note that Takealot does not make the decision to gate or not gate a brand or product. It is in fact the sellers and suppliers that demand or enforce this based on their bargaining power in their ability to control whoever sells their brands and products on our platform. Takealot may accede to this gating suggestion or requirement if we believe the specific brand in question attracts sufficient amount of customers, and that buying from the seller of supplier or allowing the seller to list will give us a consistent source of supply. Our seller base is diverse, and each seller derives different value from our marketplace platform, as I mentioned earlier. Takealot aims to serve all sellers in order for them to succeed and to grow on our platform. We enable SMEs. We've got various testimonials on our website, which you can have a go look at in your free time. It actually speaks to a lot of the value propositions I've highlighted today. In summary, we have every incentive to make sure sellers can succeed on our platform. What's good for the seller is good for Takealot, and that is our conviction and commitment. As Kim mentioned, COVID and the resultant increase in the amount of sellers, more than 1,500 new sellers, has identified areas of concerns within our service levels that needs improvement. Some of the sellers participating in this public hearings refer to these service issues. They are not new to us, and we are actively working on resolving them. I think as part of our DNA as a business, we continuously improve all areas of our business, not only our marketplace. I think in reference to our Black Friday campaign that kicked off on Friday, if you think back to 2015, 2017, we had severe outages on our site, whether it was our own fault or payment providers. But this just illustrates the fact that we make mistakes, we fix them, and we move on. That is how we built this e-commerce platform, and that's how we will continue improving the processes in order to build a successful e-commerce platform. We go by the saying that we build a plane while we fly it, and we hope to have those problems as it points to our growth and success. With risk of repeating myself, I think it's just valuable to mention that we provide a simple, scalable, and supported e-commerce solutions to SMEs. Thousands of marketplace sellers currently enjoy the benefits of trading on our platform, and new ones are added monthly. However, we cannot guarantee the success of any small business. Success comes through hard work, diligence, focus, and execution. And even though we cannot guarantee success, we have thousands of sellers that are successful on our platform at the moment. As I mentioned, we acknowledge that the recent growth spurts that we've experienced have highlighted service level improvements, areas that we need to improve, and we take them seriously, and we will focus on them. We acknowledge that, and we don't steer away from that, but to provide an objective and balanced view from our sellers on these issues, as well as some benefits, we engage with 10 sellers, and in the run-up of this into this inquiry, mainly driven by us understanding the request in the RFI. The fact is we are running a successful platform, and some of these marketplace testimonials will give you some context. I'll take you through 5 briefly. The first one really just acknowledges the fact that yes, it's cheaper for them to sell through their own platform. They will make more profit because they don't have to incur the fees that they do on our platform. However, they do acknowledge that growth, Takealot offers them growth. The growth comes from a national customer base, which they cannot reach through their own site at the scale that we do. Just speaking to some numbers, the seller was trading 6 to 30 cases of wine before they got introduced to the Takealot marketplace. In 2020, they increased that to, after joining the Takealot.com marketplace, they've increased that to 120 cases per month. And subsequently, this current financial year, they are trading more than 250 cases per month. Speaking to a different use case, the seller testified that they are actively investing and broadening their online product offering into kitchenware and some health products. They do this and they are willing to do this on takealot.com because it's easier. They've got a good relationship with us, and our supply chain allows them to sell these products. They have already access to our customer base, which just adds to the value proposition as well as our fulfillment infrastructure, again, speaking to growth. In the light of the service issues that we've referred to earlier, the seller is still happy with the arrangement. They've grown their business from 4 million to about 15 million rand. The issues that they speak to mainly refers to fees, marketing support, returns, and stock replenishment issues. However, I think it's worth calling out that they are still very happy with the arrangement. Their business, as I said, grew substantially over the last couple of years. The seller testifies that the fees are not unfair or exploitative. They do generate low margins selling to a traditional wholesale model, whether that's takealot.com's retail business or established bricks and mortar businesses. Therefore, the margins that they generate through our Takealot marketplace is still competitive and allows them to grow. The specific business had no revenue in the South African region prior to 2019. After joining takealot.com, they grew that to 3 million and currently trading at the end of 2021 at about 36 million, of which Takealot equates for about 30% of their online business. Lastly, the seller believes that our fees are not exploitative, that the fees are applied uniformly and it's not unfair to them. They mentioned that they did visit our distribution center and they deem it to be fair that we recover through our handling fees and storage fees the cost incurred in maintaining and running these distribution centers. As it stands, and I mentioned earlier, we are running a successful marketplace, as can be seen in the graphs in this slide. Our aim is to continue to deliver the value and enable SMEs and HDIs to start businesses, grow businesses, and expand their businesses through our Takealot marketplace. Takealot is incentivized to treat sellers very fairly because what's good for them is good for us. If sellers are treated unfairly and discriminated against, it's not good for our platform. Just as point of reference, on the bottom left-hand graph, you'll see that when we started, obviously, Marketplace contributed close to zero to our business and overall gross merchandise value, where today Marketplace accounts for 54% of our gross merchandise value. As Kim mentioned earlier, we've significantly increased the number of sellers on our platform, bottom right-hand graph, to more than 5,500. That trend is accelerating, and we're seeing value being added to more HDIs and SMEs. Important and lastly to note that if you look at the amount of products that sellers sells on our platform, you can see the exponential increase in the number of unique items that are sold by Takealot marketplace sellers, going from about 100,000 products in January 2018 to more than 700,000 products today. To summarize, we have all the incentive to continually to improve the tools and services for SMEs and to scale and to grow our marketplace. Over to Kim.
Sorry, there we go. In conclusion, the use of the e-commerce channel in South Africa remains in its infancy. South Africa is still really dominated by physical retail, with e-commerce only making up roughly 2.3% of total retail in the retail market. It's a dynamic and competitive environment. It enhances consumer welfare. It enables SMEs to participate as well as grow. And it also offers businesses the ability to disrupt current inefficiencies. We believe an overly interventionist approach in the e-commerce market would be harmful, especially at the stage that it's in, and particularly if the basis for this intervention were to curb the growth of efficient disruptors as well as effective firms. We also believe that undue interventions will result in the loss of existing efficiencies efficiencies which benefit consumers and sellers. And we must remember always that sellers are largely SMEs and HDIs in our environment. Undue interventions would also disincentivize firms from taking risks. These risks which are needed to make investments in this country, which are so sorely needed, and are necessary to enter and disrupt the market incumbents, or to improve platforms going forward. I'd like to thank you for your time today, and we welcome the questions that will come.
Thank you, and thank you for being efficient with your presentation. I just want to start by understanding the sort of divisional setup of takealot.com below the CEO. So I assume you have maybe a few divisions. Maybe you can just tell us what those are and how you structured the different parts of your business.
With takealot.com or the Takealot Group, Mr. Hodge?
.com.
.com. So Takealot really operates as a entity which sits on top of a few central units, the one being our Takealot delivery team, which is the area of our business that does all deliveries. We have a supply chain infrastructure which warehouses all the goods and deals with all the supply chain issues. We also have a call center which is central, which delivers services into takealot.com for both sellers as well as customers. And the hub of takealot.com is a division. Obviously, we have marketing and all those types of things, but those are the customer-facing parts of the business. Then we also have engineering, which delivers services into takealot.com as well, which builds the systems and really builds the systems across both takealot.com as well as the Takealot Group. We also, sorry, just to finalize that, we also have support services like legal, those types of services, HR, which also contributes to the growth of the business.
So just on where would all your warehouses sit under Takealot Delivery? I know you've got delivery partners as well.
So just to describe that, the Takealot delivery team is a division on its own, which reports into takealot.com, as well as the supply chain side, which also reports into takealot.com, which is run by one head, an executive who runs both the delivery and the warehousing side. And then attached to that are all the franchise arrangements. So the franchisees report into that section of the business and operate under that part of the business.
Right. So we got someone on supply who oversees the delivery teams and also the logistics, which is warehousing and the like. Is that correct? And then just to understand, so I know there's many divisions here, but so is there a head for marketplace? Is that?
So we have in takealot.com, we've got Fred who runs takealot.com. He has a head that reports into him, who basically runs both retail and marketplace.
Yes, that's correct. The head of retail and marketplace has got two separate teams, which encompasses a head of marketplace as well as a head of retail.
All right. So reporting to you is a head for, well, let's just call it the platform, and they have a retail head and a marketplace head. Is that right?
Correct.
And then, I mean, the support services and call center, where do they sit? Under the same head or another head?
Call center sits under a separate executive who reports into an executive on a group level. So we have a group head of call center, customer service, who operates the call center for takealot.com, Mr. D Food, as well as for Superlist.
All right, and then there was mention of a compliance team.
That sits within the marketplace structure?
Yes, correct. Compliance team sits closer to the sellers, meaning within the marketplace structure.
And these different heads, let's start with logistics and delivery. I assume they've got certain performance requirements that they need to fulfill and on which they're assessed. Is that right?
Absolutely. That's right, yes.
And so what would the head of delivery and logistics be assessed on?
Well, again, the head of delivery and logistics reports into the supply chain executive. So the supply chain runs both logistics and supply chain, which includes warehousing. And largely they'll be measured on very many things. So they're measured on things like the time it takes to pick and pack and get items through the warehouse, the efficiency of receiving items at the warehouse, the time it takes to get items to a customer, the number of successful deliveries. I mean, there's a raft of KPIs that we use to measure that part of the business.
No, thank you. And is this, sorry, I mean, they're just assessed on those, and what their increase or bonus is dependent on their performance?
No, so look, I would think that bonus criteria would be a confidential matter, and we can discuss it at length in the in-camera hearings. But largely, there are a variety of factors that people are measured on. One is their KPIs, which are operational performance. There are softer measures, which are adherence to values. And then there are also very hard metrics as far as revenue and profits are concerned.
But revenue and profits may not be something for supply chain, or
no,
am I
that's everyone contributes to revenue and profits within the business, so therefore they also measure on those as well. It's part of their package.
And then the head of retail, what are they sort of assessed on?
The head of retail is the trading part of our business. They will be assessed on top line growth, inventory efficiency, margin capability, as well as back margin capabilities.
Sorry, what was their last one? Back
trading term with suppliers.
Things like rebates.
Conditional.
Oh, all right. Sorry, I didn't understand. Rebates, I've understood. Thank you. And under retail, I mean, do you have sort of category buyers? I'm just trying to think to what I understand from traditional retail. I don't know if it's the same here.
Yes. Do you mind me taking Kim? Yeah, so we divide the retail team into 5 broad divisions: lifestyle, home, electronics, media, as well as consumables. Each one of those categories will have a category head, and in reporting into the category head will be a team of buyers, as you would know them from a traditional retail business. And then reporting into the head of retail as a separate reporting line is our head of planning, which really just focuses on the stock efficiency and the flow of stock in and out of our business.
All right. And the buyers, are they responsible not just for sourcing, but also then pricing and the like on your platform?
Correct.
And then marketplace, the head there, what are they assessed on?
They would be assessed on the retention rate of our seller base, the rate at which we acquire new sellers, the size of our seller base, the services that we offer our sellers.
All right. And then within that, I mean, I've understood this account managers that liaise with your sellers. I mean, maybe just give us a little flavor for the structure beneath that.
100%. So the head of marketplace has got direct reports, being the team leads within the sales environment. Their main KPI is to go out and source new sellers for the platform. We use various channels to do that, and it's really an efficiency metric driven business. And then we've got an analyst reporting into that head, which really just drives insights for the marketplace sellers for us to grow quicker. And account management in its purest form only sits within our strategic account management function, where we've got hands-on relationship with sellers.
But I assume within this are the people that sellers liaise with when they want to be onboarded or
Yes,
got an
that's
issue.
correct. That's correct. That's the sales teams. Yes.
No, not issues.
Not issues. They
Oh.
onboard the sellers. They deal with them, introducing them to the platform. But the contact environment is dealt with the group contact environment within the group customer service office. So the seller support doesn't sit within my team. It reports to a separate group executive.
All right, and then that customer service you indicated is both the final customer and the seller.
Correct. They're different teams, but they are handled under one executive because you're dealing with volume, and therefore you're measuring and using very similar types of technology to support those parts of the business.
And I assume they would have KPIs around this. Well, maybe you should tell me.
Well, contact ratios. So we try and bring down contact ratios on a continual basis. A contact ratio is normally an indication of a problem. So the more contacts you have, the more people you have to employ in those parts of the business. Therefore, we try and drive the contacts down. There are measurements of how long it takes to get back to a customer or to a seller, as well as the time it takes to actually resolve the issues. And also what we try and term is first contact resolution as well, which is a measure.
And they might have to liaise with other parts of the business, I assume. If there's something in delivery that's not happening, then
so
those
it's
set up.
a highly integrated business. Obviously, everything affects pretty much everything else. So you're constantly liaising with different parts of the business to solve issues for either customers or sellers. Yes.
No, thank you. I think that's useful to understand. I just want to pick up. I mean, it seems as you seem to suggest from the presentation that the marketplace provides you, I suppose, variety, or I mean, as I understood it in the sort of online retail world, also a long tail of products, unique products, and as you put in your virtuous cycle, that helps attract customers, and I think, as you indicated, that the marketplace is now doing over 700,000 of these. Is that sort of roughly right?
I'm not sure about the 700,000 number. I'm not sure where that comes from, but marketplace today makes up 54% of our GMV. 5,500 marketplace sellers. Yes, and one of the challenges in the business is you start the business off and you're trying to build the business, and you're trying to make sure that you're providing product to anyone who comes to the site, and that product is relevant. You cannot do that completely with the retail business, because you'll just be employing buyers hand over fist, and they'll be just handling too many products. At the moment we've got roughly 520,000 unique products on the site, and that excludes books. We're in the millions if we include books, and it's very difficult to try and manage those processes at scale. What you do with marketplace sellers is you enable them to be able to use your infrastructure to be able to set up their businesses, and they have, in many instances, better insight into the products that should sell on the platform, because they're closer to the product itself and closer to their consumer.
So, as an aside, just on, books, there's a lot of, as I understood, you recently stopped doing the sort of e-books and e-readers. Is that right?
We still provide a ebook service in a very, very narrow sense, but books is a vast and difficult product set to manage. There are many books, and we've got lists of books from international suppliers that we feed into our systems to provide books to customers, as well as we have certain sellers who sell books on the platform as well. But as far as the e-reader side of things, we've found that unless you have a device and everything's pretty much integrated, that ship has sailed. So ebooks as such is not a major focus for us.
And who would be the major supplier of ebooks into South Africa, from your understanding?
Look, I would think that Amazon is actually.
No, thank you. I mean, I just wanted to ask why, but I think you've answered that. It's the device and the integration. So people look to integrate into a reader, and that's my understanding from what you're saying.
Look, ebook actually dwindled over time as well, so the physical book has come back into fashion, interestingly enough.
That is interesting. So, sorry, the 700,000 I just took from that last slide, marketplace unique viable products. I don't know if that.
Sorry,
I got it wrong.
That's correct. That's correct.
And as I understood from your earlier slide, sorry, there's again, obviously we're using, because of maybe confidentiality, broad numbers, and it may just be for October, but people looked at over 1 million product listings. So is that the sort of, just over that, the rough number of unique products on the platform?
Yes, that excludes most of our book lines, which you get through feeds. That would be unique non-book or media items.
All right. So marketplace might be at least supplying about 70% of the unique items.
I can't confirm the exact percentage, but it might not be far off.
Yeah, I was just going rough off your presentation.
Sure.
I'm interested just in the retail side. I mean, I think, Mr. Rees, you indicated you can't do everything in retail, and it's your warehouse as well. And as I understand, with your warehouse space is probably precious, you want some faster moving items in there, and sellers have maybe some slower items that they sit in their own storeroom and bring when there's an order, and maybe faster stuff is in your warehouse to enable quick delivery. But when you start a category, I mean, I would imagine you probably go for the big selling items from the big brands. That may be a starting point, at least for the retail side of the business.
Well, I think when we look, so if you look at the evolution of the business over time, and this is pre-2014, we had largely retail products. And that was largely because we hadn't launched a marketplace, number one. But number two, because you need to start your business with credible brands. Once you have credible brands, people are willing to come and buy from you. In the early days, we would do things like we couldn't get supply of baby seats, and we would actually go and buy them from a bricks and mortar retailer and sell them for exactly the same price to get credibility of the platform, to get people to come to the platform. So we certainly started the business out of retail and then spread into marketplace and started enabling, largely because we provide an efficient service to marketplace sellers. So, once you you've expended money on the platform and you've created something, you're able to actually provide those services to marketplace sellers at a cost that they cannot necessarily do themselves. And that's the efficiency of the marketplace and why it is such an effective platform.
Thank you. That's helpful. So, I mean, you're going with brands because they add credibility. If I come onto a platform, I want to see the big brands and know they're there, and brands are popular. I mean, just so I also understand, aside from credibility, as you decide to sort of now expand the retail side, because you've enabled marketplace, but you also might expand your retail side. I mean, I'm assuming you've expanded retail products. Is that right, or am I wrong?
We certainly have expanded retail products over time, but it's vastly been overshot by the increase in the marketplace depth of product, well, actually breadth of product for that matter.
So what's your, decision in those teams around what to add to your portfolio?
There's certain core brands that you need to have relationships with who don't necessarily want to sell on marketplace, who we have to have on board, and those we continue relationships with, as long as, of course, they are profitable. And also consistency of supply. So consistency of supply is a very important part to this. So if a seller can't provide consistent supply into the platform of a particular product, then we would prefer to go retail with it, because the supplier of those goods is able to give us consistent supply, which at the end of the day is good for the customer. And what's good for the customer is good for the platform, which is good for the seller and for the retail part of the business.
All right, thanks. So partly it's consistency of supply. Sometimes if they don't want to be on a marketplace. But are there other criteria that you use? Because I'm just thinking, maybe as an economist, you've got your own warehouse, you can't use someone else's. There may be some large items you don't want to keep in your warehouse that you ask suppliers to hold for you. But I'm wondering whether you, with space being precious, you want something that'll move a little faster, or is volume not a factor in your decision making?
No, sure, volume is part of the factor, but it's not a one size fits all. It'll depend on the product as such, and largely, as I said, it largely depends on what margin we can make out of a product, what quality of product you're getting, as well as the consistency of supply. Fred, I don't know if I've missed something.
No, I think that's about right. I think there's one thing to distinguish in that suppliers in general don't fulfill on a lead time model. They don't have the capability. They're wholesalers. Therefore, by definition, the most popular lines will be in stock through our suppliers in our retail business.
All right, that's because, suppliers are not marketplace sellers. They will take an order on a monthly basis or every few weeks and deliver in. All right. And do what the category heads, as you've got them, make these decisions around their category, what they want to stock, what they don't want to stock?
Correct.
And then, once you're sort of looking, I just want to understand, how do those category heads go about identifying what products to stock? Because, one thing is obviously the brand and what's an important brand in retail, but they also, I presume, would know what customers are looking for from what customers search on the platform.
Yeah, so search is one of the factors that does feed into looking at whether something is something we want on the platform. It's a lead indicator, but it's unfortunately not that much of a sophisticated system as such, because it's very much like traditional retail. You've got buyers. Buyers have certain knowledge. They also have certain relationships with suppliers. Suppliers will be presenting products to the buyers on an ongoing basis. They'll be making decisions on that. When people could travel, they would be traveling to fairs and that type of stuff to understand what's happening at these fairs to get product knowledge. But a lot of it sits within the capability and the knowledge of the buyer, him or herself, to understand what needs to be pulled into stock. We obviously have systems on replenishment and the amount of stock we purchase and that type of stuff. But it's largely a skill, unfortunately, which is a human skill, and sometimes we make mistakes on those.
So this part of the business is a lot more like classic retail. You've got so much shelf space, you've got to make decisions, and buyers are, I suppose, highly skilled in that sense of trying to make those decisions. Everyone makes mistakes, but hopefully they're better at it than the rest of us?
Yes, very similar. The shelf space limitation is not necessarily there, but you don't necessarily have the ability to bring in lead time to increase your shelf space. So if you can't fit it in the warehouse, you can't sell it effectively on the retail side to a large extent. Fred, I don't know if I'm wrong there.
Yeah, correct. But I think more importantly, we do only give every buyer a limited amount of money or working capital that they can trade on, and what they do with that is up to them. If they don't trade well on their money, they get less money. If they trade well, they get more money. So it's all about working capital management as well.
Yeah.
It's not just space.
It's a typical open to buy system
Correct.
that's retail run.
Yes, I mean, I understood, buyers are often on a kind of commission basis around performance, or was that not?
It's not a bad idea, but no, it's it's not something that we apply in our business.
All right, but they get a working capital allowance which they get to work with. They do well, they grow. They do badly, they shrink. I'm just intrigued as to how you manage space, because you've obviously got marketplace sellers who want to get into your warehouse. You've now got buyers, and there's only so much space. And so, do buyers also get a allocation, or the category get an allocation, or how does it work?
Yes, if you break it down to the details, especially now if I reflect over the last 2 weeks when we entered our maximum stock holding position for the year, each buyer, whether on a level one would be TVs, they get a cube allocation and space allocation within the DC, and they need to make do with that. We've got regular operational meetings where we check in which category is overstocked, understocked, and we optimize the cube that we've got to our that we can use.
And roughly how much of the warehouse is retail? Because you've allocated to each category, I suppose.
I don't know that number.
I can't give you an exact number. I'd rather give you an exact number if we meet you again in Feb.
All right, I just needed a rough order of magnitude. I don't need an exact, so I don't know if you've got that.
No, I'd rather give you the exact number. I don't want to speculate.
And marketplace sellers are advised about whether they're going to be in stock, or as in warehouse, or on lead time, I think is the terminology, where obviously if a sale comes through, they must deliver to the warehouse in order to be fulfilled. So if the retail arm is limited, I assume marketplace is also limited. I can't, as a seller, say, listen, I want to be in your warehouse. You're going to make some assessment whether I can be there or not.
At the moment, sellers, it's to their discretion whether they want to stock our DCs. Obviously, one of our key conversion drivers is to get more sellers into the DC so that customers can buy more regularly.
But if there's no space, that's a consideration, or is it not?
Yeah, look, we need to make use of the space we've got, so we continuously optimizing the model. And as I said earlier, it's really an evolution of our business.
Another source for your buyers obviously would be what sellers are selling and how well they're selling. Is that something they have access to?
So the buyers can look at the platform and see what trades. Yes, correct.
All right, because that's all in one division, ultimately.
Correct.
I just want to understand, I think you... Sorry, is it Mr. Zietsman? As you put it, once your once in the retail side, it's a kind of margin and stock risk, I think you put it. So to think of the marketplace is almost like consignment stock. You haven't actually purchased it. It's sitting on your shelf. That's a retail term that's appropriately used. But when you order from suppliers for retail, you've got to take on the stock, so you use working capital for that, and that's, I suppose, why the buyers have a working capital assignment. And yeah, what you get in response, though, is a margin on that when you sell it.
Correct? Like all other retailers?
Yeah, no, that's what I would understand. I mean, is the consignment example a good one for marketplace? It's sort of taking up some shelf space, but you've not used money to purchase it, and you're not on risk.
Well, I think we risk of inefficiencies. That's the only risk we've got.
Yeah, no, obviously, I mean, that must be true. You don't want stuff sitting around forever, because that's costing you money. That's a warehouse space.
Yeah, it's opportunity cost.
True. So what else could be selling? And that is a classic retail. So though you're a warehouse, I suppose, ultimately, there's some still basic retail principles that apply.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, just to understand, obviously in the retail side, you said that things like top line growth, margin, rebates, etc., all factors that you assess that part of the business on. So if your products don't move, then much like, again, retail, you're probably going to do worse because you're tying up working capital. You're not making the margin as well. You're tying up shelving space in your warehouse. And a lot of retailers look at stock turn as a kind of measure. But, I mean, is that fair reflection for you?
Yes, it is a fair reflection. Look, if you've got slow-moving stock, you've got a few choices. You either leave it in the warehouse, which costs you money, or you start shifting it out, and you start diminishing margins, and you start selling at discounts. So it's a typical retail model.
Yeah, and that's why the buyer skill is important because, as you say,
Correct.
if you've got dead stock, you've got to discount heavily to get rid of it, and there's an opportunity cost to that. If your buyer is good, then hopefully the stuff moves and you get the stock turns you want.
Correct.
I just wanted to go to your buy box, and I must confess this was a concept that I wasn't very familiar with before we started this inquiry, but I slowly think I've understood it. But even looking at your example, I think you indicated price and availability were the two factors.
Correct.
And by availability, I mean, as I understand, it's got to be available immediately. So stuff on lead time is not going to win the buy box.
No, so Fred, you want to go through the
Yeah.
So look, it also depends on price. So perhaps you want to just go through that quickly.
Correct. So the buy box takes into account, as you said, two factors, price and availability. If a seller is on lead time, they can still win the buy box by undercutting the price of our in-stock item by a fixed percentage. I think through iteration, most sellers have derived at what that percentage is. The rationale behind that is what we know and see is that in-stock items convert better. So it's ultimately supplying and showing the customer the best possible option for them.
All right, because I noticed in your slide example, there was a cheaper product. It's only R5 cheaper, but it ships in 5 to 7 working days. So presumably that's not far enough below the better price in order to win the buy box.
Right.
And you set that percentage difference and I assume from the way you're talking, it's confidential, but some suppliers may discover this through trial and error.
Well, it's not something that we've changed, I don't believe, for years.
Yeah.
And it's not a secret source, so people can derive that. Yeah. I think what's important is that ultimately it's a non-discriminate way to actually get the best price or the best offer to the customer. That's what's most important to us. At all times, we're trying to get the best offer to the customer, because the best offer to the customer will be positive for the platform and positive for all the participants on the platform.
Yeah, and I mean, I understood this was a sort of Amazon thing, but as you say, customer conversion, and this is where everyone supplies exactly the same product. So there's not a different varieties of the same product. It's exactly the same.
Yep.
I mean, just a sense, obviously your Takealot retail is generally always in the warehouse because it's your product and that's where you store it. So it's not going to have that lead time issue compared to some sellers. Some sellers may be also in the warehouse, and so they don't have that lead time issue either. But I mean, can you give us a sense of whether this, in giving the customer the best fit, does in some way advantage Takealot retail, and whether they're in the buy box position more often than they're not?
No, there's absolutely no advantage to Takealot retail on the buy box. There's no code that promotes Takealot above anyone else. And I think we've got to step, just one step back from this and have a look at how marketplace has grown as a percentage
Sorry,
of
Mr.
GMV.
Reid, can I just, I didn't ask if there was a code. I'm just saying and asking. So the question I asked was whether, being in stock matters, because if you're not in the warehouse, you've got to beat by a percentage margin. The fact that Takealot retail is in stock because it is in the warehouse, that's where you store it. And I said that other sellers may not be in the warehouse, but others may well be, as per your example. So I'm just asking whether that provides some advantage or not. I'm not saying it's bad for the consumer. I'm not saying anything else. I'm just asking that question. So maybe if you could answer that question.
Well, the fact that something is in the warehouse, if your pricing is good and you're in the warehouse, then you're going to beat something where the pricing is good and it's not in the warehouse. I think that's the only way to answer that.
Yeah, that's what I would assume. And obviously you're always in the warehouse, and some of the sellers are not always in the warehouse.
Yeah, I think that's natural. We've spent quite a bit of money in building the warehouses, and therefore we stock in our warehouses. But I think that we've got to be quite clear on here, and I really don't have the percentage at hand, but there's a large percentage of marketplace sellers who actually are in the warehouse. And you must also recall or note that some marketplace sellers don't want to be in the warehouse. They don't necessarily want to pay a warehouse charge. We're paying a warehouse charge for any retail stock that sits in our warehouse, and as is the model for marketplace, the services that are provided to marketplace sellers, we try and do on a cost that they cannot do themselves. But warehousing is one of those costs which, if they want to be in the warehouse, they're going to have to pay for warehouse costs, and we recover our cost based on that.
Yeah, and that's how I understood the advice you give marketplace sellers. So I seem to remember seeing something that said there's pros and cons of being in the warehouse. The pro is you're more likely to get a sale conversion because you're not on lead time, and consumers prefer that. And obviously, in some of the things like a buy box, there's that factors in. But if you're in the warehouse, you may be at risk of incurring warehouse fees, especially if you're not good at managing your stock.
Correct, and we've had certain sellers who over time have seen it fit to use our warehouse services for stock that they don't necessarily want to warehouse themselves, which never moves. So that's not good for us as a business. It's not good for us as a platform. But we certainly never have any incentive to impede our sellers on the platform. I mean, our growth in our sellers strengthens the platform as such. I think that's very important to understand, is that the better sellers do on the platform, the better the platform is, the more value the platform has. Sure.
Is
excuse-
this?
Mr. Raj, can I add something to that conversation?
Please go ahead. Sorry, I wasn't looking up.
So just as a matter of clarification, we do heavily incentivize sellers to stock our DCs by giving them free storage if they are efficient. If their 4 days cover is lower than 35 days, which is to your earlier point, a retail inventory efficiency metric, they never pay storage fees.
I think that's a very important point. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I understood. I mean, just to this point about stock sitting. I mean, is this? I see recently you introduced a storage escalation fee. Is that to stop people squatting in your warehouse?
Yeah, we normally introduce that over the seasonal period where the opportunity cost of having the wrong item in the DC and too much of the right item severely hurts our business. But that is not a new concept. We had that last year as well.
All right, that's for the high
yeah.
demand period, this October through to December.
Correct. Yes.
I mean, I just want to go to that because, I mean, I think I should be especially grateful that you're here on Cyber Monday, probably one of the big days as well. And you may have had to prepare over Black Friday and the weekend. But this is a major, well, it's become a major sort of time for online and probably even retail. Everyone sort of lays claim now to Black Friday. But this is a time when you've got to decide what you're putting on promotion. I assume you've got to prepare for that by engaging with suppliers, and there's leads time to that in order to assure you've got stock, because you don't want to put something on big promotion and then no one can buy it. So I assume that this is, I mean, the build up to this month, because it's almost become a month now with Blue Dot sales and things like that. I mean, it must go back quite a way, the planning that's undertaken.
Fred, you want to take it?
Yeah, correct. We normally start somewhere in August, late August, beginning September on the retail business. I think we continue with that up until, in some cases, the day before the campaign starts. Just especially this year with stocks supply being in short supply, given the global trade slowdown in terms of containers. I guess you're all aware of that. But for the marketplace sellers, we allow a longer lead time. We start that conversation earlier. We actually expose our calendar quite early to the marketplace sellers to allow them to have visibility of what we're going to do when, in order for them to plan their stock holding accordingly.
So is this, when you say expose your calendar, this is the platform around, we're going to have a Blue Dot sale here. I mean, they all know about Black Friday to Cyber Monday, but is it sort of the lead up of different specials?
Yeah, it becomes a bit more specific where we share with them the categories that we will be promoting on certain days. They will then have upfront knowledge as to when their stock needs to be in the distribution centers. It's just to help them ease into the seasonal period.
All right. And for your own buyers, I mean, it's interesting you mentioned this, global supply chain issue. But I suppose they've got to be talking to their suppliers and deciding what should be put on special and making sure they get stock, because the lead times and disruptions may be there. Or, I mean, is that right?
Yeah, I think that principle holds for all retailers. I think in some cases, Takealot is still on the back burner for some of the big brands. They deprioritize our channel and they prioritize the bigger bricks and mortar channels in terms of stock allocation. So I think our conversation is quite an aggressive conversation to at least get some stock in. Yes.
All right. And this is I mean, this is your peak because everyone's wanting to put in stock because things are going to move. So this is your real crunch on your warehouse and your space. I assume that's, well, I mean, it follows. But, I mean, so for your retail guys, I mean, do they still get the same space allocation or is there a change for this peak period?
We keep the space allocation consistent. Obviously, certain categories like TVs, laptop, large appliances, those items that customers have been waiting for, we might make the discretionary call to increase their space allocation just due to the nature of the consumer buying and interest over this period.
So I mean, just that, so is Black Friday more associated with electronics purchasing or big ticket items? Is that what customers sort of go for? That expensive thing that, not the cheap thing that they get a bit cheaper, but the big ticket item that they've been waiting for?
I think it really depends on the customer, right? You've got, if you look at the execution in the grocers, they sell everyday items like Omo dishwashing powder on a Black Friday deal. That's a requirement for that specific customer. It might be that certain customers would like to buy TVs and laptops because the absolute rand saving makes sense to them.
Yeah, no, I was just more asking from your side. I mean, grocery is not your main line.
We see a variety of products being purchased over Black Friday, Cyber Monday. I mean, Cyber Monday traditionally is supposed to be aimed at technology and technology products, but often what we find over these periods is whatever the main thrust of the promotion is, it has a halo effect over the whole platform. So you get people, buying toilet paper on Cyber Monday. It's indiscriminate as far as customers are concerned, and but this period over the seasonal period, there are more large ticket items that are purchased, which is traditional, I believe, for retail in this country.
All right, thanks. No, it just helps to understand, and I appreciate the halo effect that deals are to be had on Takealot, so more customers come and see what's on offer, and the more offers, the better the customer, I suppose, feels about the platform. I mean, we heard from some marketplace sellers that you have to apply for a promotion and you won't necessarily have a promotion accepted. That was my understanding. I mean, maybe you can just talk us through that process.
Yes, sure. So in order to protect the integrity of our promotional campaign, meaning that we offer customers credible prices, we do have certain key requirements for sellers. The same requirements hold for our retail business. For example, we will require the seller to add 5 or more items. That's just a arbitrary amount in order to qualify, because we don't want the promotion to run out in the first 10 minutes. There's just a bad customer experience. There's price point requirements in terms of discount, but I think it's fair to mention that the same criteria holds throughout the whole business.
I mean, there's minimum requirements, but as you said, this is the biggest pressure point. So not everyone's going to get it approved. So there's other factors that must come in. Is that not right?
No, so we do offer our sellers a lead time promotional capability. In fact, the majority of our sellers choose to opt for that. So they allocate stock to our channel in our promotional campaigns based on the lead time model.
All right, so I understand from your answer that if I'm on lead time, as in it's sitting in my warehouse as a seller, then as long as I've met some basic requirements, I'm in. But if I want to be in the warehouse, then there's a restriction on space. So you've got to make some choices, as I would understand.
No, we do try to accommodate everyone in the DC, and we're fairly successful at that. I think to my earlier point, if we can have more sellers in the DC, it would be to our own benefit and to the benefit of all participants on the platform. Unfortunately, we don't influence them in terms of when and how they stock. They do that themselves.
All right, because I mean, I understood from what the sellers are saying is that some of their promotions are not approved, and so they're not able to run them.
Sure, as I said, some criteria holds. If they apply for less than a specific amount of units, we will decline because, to my earlier point, the customer experience is really poor if we only put one item on promotion. So
I think it's also important to understand the detail around these things. So perhaps when we're in camera, we can actually understand the detail around these types of things. It's very difficult to speak to if it's an isolated incident or what the actual incident is without actually understanding the detail, who the seller is, and what the issue was.
Yeah, I've got nothing specific. I just wanted to understand because, as I said, sellers indicated that their promotions weren't always accepted, and I just wanted to understand whether there's a space limitation or whether there were other factors that were taken into account. That was all.
No, again, I think it's very difficult to speak to something like that without understanding the exact detail.
All right, we'll deal with that in camera then. I mean, we also heard from sellers that they sometimes get approached by suppliers asking them to raise their price in order not to be cheaper than Takealot Retail, either in competing for the buy box or the like. And we've heard this from a couple of sellers.
So perhaps we can address that directly. So we run a platform which does not discriminate between retail and marketplace. We evaluate our retail division on the quality of their sales as well as the margin that they sell at. So I'm quite certain that some suppliers will be put under pressure to match certain pricing if the retail part of the business is not able to match the marketplace price, which is natural on a platform like ours, and is to the benefit of the consumer. I think the point around this that needs to be made is that the supplier has an option. The supplier can either give us a better price, or they can apply pressure on marketplace. If they decide to apply pressure to a marketplace seller, that's really got nothing to do with us. It's not something that we encourage or even have a discussion about. We're speaking to the supplier, and we're trying to get the best possible price for the consumer at the end of the day.
Well, I just wanted to understand that, because you don't seem too concerned about this. I mean, your buyers are engaging the suppliers, and they're assessed on their sales, and obviously that whole division is assessed on margin and top line performance as well. So, I mean, I would assume a buyer who's trying to improve their performance may have an incentive to go to the supplier and say, hey, give me a better price, or I want to understand why this other guy on the platform's beating me when I'm Takealot Retail.
Absolutely. And I think that happens, I wouldn't say often, but I'm sure it happens. And I actually don't see anything wrong with that, because the supplier has to make the decision at the end of the day. Remember, we don't have any market power. So that supplier is supplying into much larger retailers than us. We sell a small percentage of their product on our platform, on our retail side. And if a buyer goes to a supplier, that's a natural discussion. It's the same as I don't know. I used Bakers the last time I was on this in this hearing, and let's use it again. So if grocer A is selling Baker's biscuits at a specific price, and grocer B is undercutting him, I can guarantee you that particular buyer is going to have a discussion with the supplier to say, hey, I can't seem to get to this price. What are you doing here? Okay. Now, the supplier has the option. The supplier can decide to give that particular grocer a better price, okay, or change their pricing structure with the other retailer effectively. It's exactly the same as us. We don't involve ourselves between discussions between the supplier itself and the marketplace seller. And if you have proof of anything like that happening, we'd like to know about it, because that's not something that we would encourage at all. It's vitally important that we understand that the success of marketplace on our platform is what our platform is about. The more successful marketplace is on our platform, the stronger the platform becomes, the more successful the platform is. We have no incentive to do anything untoward towards our marketplace sellers. Do we have service issues? Absolutely. We understand our service issues, and we're busy working towards those service issues.
But it would concern you if marketplace sellers are getting their prices pushed up as a result of supplier pressure.
Well, I can't speak for the supplier. So again, I have no control over the supply. Us as a business, we don't have market power over suppliers. In many instances, marketplaces have more market power over us than we would have over them.
All right, but I think the real point is that, your buyers are incentivized to perform as they should be. That may unleash from them a desire to, ensure that they can win out in these games, because the longer their stock sits in the warehouse, the more it costs you, and the more working capital it costs them, and they have a limited budget of working capital. So, the way it's set up, those incentives may provide them a reason to go approaching suppliers on these things, and we don't know what they're saying to the suppliers. I don't know if you do.
No, I certainly don't know what they're saying to suppliers, but I'd like to understand how that's different from, say, for instance, a buyer going to have a discussion with supplier A who supplies, let's say, Massmart, and Massmart are getting a better price. They're going to have exactly the same discussion.
As I understand from some of what you've said in interviews, is that obviously some of the benefit of having retail and marketplaces, you've got many sellers competing for the consumer. And the buy box, I suppose, is the most stark version of that. It's the exact same product, and only someone gets the big picture and the click-through.
Well, it's not necessarily only someone gets. The customer has the option to choose the additional options that they have at the buy box. They can choose from others, but I wouldn't be the one saying that winning the buy box is not the primary consideration for a consumer.
Yeah, and sorry, I used the buy box maybe just as an example, but it's more the general principle. You've got people selling the same products or close substitutes on the platform, and they're trying to win the consumer over too. So you benefit from that competition, and the consumer benefits.
In many instances, it's not necessary to our benefit to win it in retail. In many instances, it's better for the platform, for marketplace to actually win out. So I think that it's not binary in any sense.
And Mr. Reed, sorry, I didn't ask you a question of whether it's good for you or not. I just asked a question that's a benefit of a platform with marketplace and multiple sellers. Isn't that a benefit to consumers?
To have multiple sellers, absolutely.
All right, but when products are gated, you don't have that anymore. So when they become exclusively through retail.
Correct. The gating of products on our platform, we don't have that necessarily on our platform. No, that's not that it's not in the market, but not on our platform. Yes.
Well, as I understand, what gating means is that the marketplace sellers cannot sell that item or that brand.
No, so we've actually got examples of sellers actually gating us as well. So it's not about this gating is a supply issue. It's not a take lot issue. So effectively, we don't gate product. Suppliers and sellers gate product. They are the primary distributor of certain products. They have certain rights to be able to distribute those products, and we've then got to make a decision whether we're going to put it into retail or into marketplace, and where we're going to get supply from. Now, if it's coming from a supplier who wants to gate, we have to then consider, are we going to be able to give the product to the consumer on a consistent basis, which is one of the primary considerations, because it's coming from that particular source and that's the primary source of the particular item. If they then say, look, we don't want you to sell it on marketplace, or we don't want you to sell it on retail for that matter, if it's a seller, we consider that and we make that decision. But the power sits with the supplier or the seller. The power doesn't sit with us.
Well, I just want to ask, because, I mean, you obviously saw, or your team saw those sellers who came, but, and I can't remember the gentleman from Romtech's name, but, I mean, he provided emails around the Xiaomi brand. I'll never get this right. But that email, in response, because he had stock of this smartphone brand, which I believe is now growing, but he had stock and I think his stock was delisted, and he queried this, and the response was, "Dear seller, thank you for your reply. Top management at takealot.com has decided not to allow any marketplace sellers to list their Xiaomi branded products on takealot.com."
Yes, I'd prefer not to speak about brands, and we can speak at length about brands in camera because obviously the supply agreements are confidential. But again, a reference to top management will be a reference to our agreement that has been struck. And if a supplier has said to us, look, we want to sell the product on the platform, we don't want anyone else to sell it on the platform. If you don't take it from us, well, you're going to have to get it from somewhere else. Our choice is simple. We know that particular brand sells and is the primary supplier of that particular brand. If we want consistency for our consumers on the platform, then we have to take it. Otherwise, we've got to take our chances and hope that in your instance, a marketplace seller can actually provide consistent supply. And that's often something that we're not going to take the chance of, because of the fact that it's actually supplied through one particular place.
Look, certainly that email is worded as management, but I mean, there are benefits also for you being the only supplier. I mean, there isn't the pressure. You can probably plan with that brand holder promotions. I mean, these are the kind of things that normally happen in retail, that, periodic promotions and product launches. I mean, don't you also, in discussing with the brand, give them the pros and cons of gating?
So I'm not really aware of any discussions with any brand on the pros and cons of gating. I think the one important point to point out is that as soon as we take something on in retail, we take the stock risk, and we end up with quite a significant stock risk in that. So it's not a decision that we take lightly as to where we need to go based on what the supplier's requirement is concerned. I think it's very important to understand this is a supplier requirement, not a Takealot requirement.
I'm just saying that there are benefits to Takealot because, as you said, you're on stock risk. So, if some marketplace seller is undercutting you, then your stock's not moving as fast, and that's your risk.
Sorry, Mr. Hodge, I missed that. I just, can you repeat that, please?
I said the question is more, there are benefits to Takealot too if it is a gated product, because as you just indicated, you're on stock risk, and if you are getting undercut, then you sit with those costs and those risks. So it's not as though it's completely against your interest to do that.
Well, it doesn't really. I don't really understand the point, because effectively we're still competing in an environment. This is not an exclusive product only on our platform. This is a product which is supplied freely into the market to bricks and mortar, which we compete against, and I would presume other online platforms as well. So the consumer can go and buy the product anywhere they want to. This is an instance which is applied from a supplier on our platform effectively.
Yeah, I think the point is more obviously if I'm buying it on your platform, less pressure from other sellers and also more control over your risks.
Yeah, I don't think we have much control over the risk. The stock risk still remains. We still have to make a buying decision as to how much stock comes in. The supplier is not going to treat us any differently there. But again, we don't exist in a microcosm. We exist in a highly competitive retail market. So the pricing of that product will be constrained by the pricing of the product in any other channel that it sells in. And in fact, in this particular instance that you're talking about, it's a highly, highly competitive market, which is very difficult for us to compete in at all, actually.
I just want to ask about fulfillment fees, because you've got success fees for sellers, and then you've got fulfillment fees, which is, as I understand, logistics costs. So it's a fee for logistics. So for the delivery of the item, and this is item-based, and you've kind of got a weight and a size factor, much like most, I suppose, courier-type companies.
Again, Lisa?
Yeah, I think it's important to acknowledge it's not just the last mile fulfillment fees that we are recovering from sellers. It is also the inbound receiving, the packing away and the storing and the filing of the stock, the eventual picking of the stock, the packaging, the box that we put the item in, the dispatch through our milk run trucks to our branches, and then ultimately the last mile component of it.
And I think what's also important in that fee structure is that it's very difficult for sellers to find that service at a cheaper price.
Yeah.
So just so I understand, it's recovering, obviously, inbound receiving, picking and packing. So that's putting it in a take-a-lot box and sealing the box, and then putting it. You said you have milk truck to your branches. So it's a sort of, I suppose, hub and spoke type model. You go to a branch and then they go out to everyone. So you've got a big central warehouse, but you've got other places then.
Correct. So when you look at the logistics side of things, we've got central warehouses. The central warehouses will receive, pick, pack, and ship items. They'll be dispatched in vehicles which go to specific locations, which are largely hubs. Some of them do actually still go to external couriers. Those hubs are franchisees, and those franchisees will then spider out directly in the last mile to the customer.
All right. Yeah. No. And I think we discussed this with obviously Mr. D as well. Those franchisee models for the final last. That's the final last mile. That's where they predominantly operate, not the bigger logistics routes or trunk routes, as one might call it.
No. So the franchisees are doing last mile only, and they're also doing collects. So they also have delivery hubs as well, collect outlets as well.
All right, yeah. So you've got the pickup points. That's what you mean by the collect.
Yes. Thank you.
I just wanted to understand, because just look at your slides. You're doing about I can't read it off, 1.2 million or so orders per month, I assume, from consumers. And you're moving about 2.6 million items.
That's in October. It's based on October's numbers?
No, that's what I understood, yeah. So it's roughly, 2 items per delivery or order?
It's actually slightly more than that, but again, those are details I'd prefer to remain confidential, and we can discuss them in detail later.
So I'm just trying to understand. Fulfillment's done on a per item basis, but obviously, like the last mile, it might be a single courier with a single order that has multiple items in it.
Correct.
So I understand. I mean, can there be a sense of over recovery then if suddenly I'm charged on an item that goes with a whole lot of other items?
Yeah, maybe I can address that. So you'll see in our charging structure, we do accommodate certain categories at a lower charge. I think there's a 25 and a 15 Rand charge for non-perishables and health-related products. The logic and rationale there is that in setting that recovery structure, we look at the orders that normally contain those items, and those orders normally have higher amounts of items in the orders. Therefore, we give the discount to the seller.
And again, I think at all times what we're trying to do is we're trying to provide the service to the seller at a cheaper cost than they can do it themselves. That's ultimately how we try and build the business.
Yeah, and we don't differentiate between regions, whether it's remote or urban centers, we charge the same fee. So we ship to the borders of the country for the same fee that we ship to Sandton.
Which is very different to the courier business, which charges differential rates depending on how far and where it goes to.
So sorry, health related, are those the kind of things I pick up in Clicks and Discount in a normal brick and mortar store?
Correct. They tend to be in larger baskets, because the price points are lower.
All right. So for those categories, at least you've factored in the kind of package and the multiple item orders.
Yeah, we do it for all.
No, that's done for all,
Yeah.
not just for those. We're done for all.
It just illustrates the principle quite clearly.
All right. Sorry, then I misunderstood. I thought it was these two categories.
No, we're not trying to over recover anything in our business. We're trying to provide a service at the lowest cost for the seller, because what that does is it drives them to the platform because they get a good service out of the platform and therefore want to sell on the platform. So there's no incentive for us to extort costs out of sellers in these types of systems, because that will harm the seller at the end of the day. And if it harms the seller at the end of the day, we lose a seller on the platform. It weakens the platform.
I mean, the chap from Romtech had a specific complaint about the drop shipment, which maybe you can explain to me, but I understand that someone from the warehouse picks it up from his warehouse and takes it to the customer, or maybe these aggregation points, and his complaint was it's charged per item when it's all in one box because he's boxed it, and it's the dimensions and weight that sort of deviate. Then he feels he's charged multiple times.
Sure, maybe I can elaborate on exactly what our drop shipping model is. Our drop shipping model allows sellers to send, or actually our Takealot delivery team pick up a already ready to be shipped box from the seller, which contains we basically outsource our warehousing to the sellers. They pick, pack, ship, box the item. Takealot delivery team will collect it. We charge them a lower handling fee for that transaction because we believe that's fair, because we don't do the inbound receiving, the filing, the picking and the packaging, eventually the packing and dispatch of the item. So we give them a reduced charge. However, for the inbound leg into our dispatch area and our DCs, we charge them a fee. But again, to Kim's point, that fee is fair and actually undercuts the market in terms of 3PL alternatives that the seller will have. That's the whole rationale behind the charging model.
Well, that's what I just want to understand, because obviously he didn't think it was fair. But it goes back to this per item versus per box within the item. And he said he was being charged per item when he felt it should be on the box because it's a specific weight and size, and normally that would be the basis.
But I think if you ask any seller, does he want something done cheaper? I'm sure he does. I think the question has to be asked is, can he get it cheaper elsewhere? So if he was doing this himself, could he actually get a cheaper price? We certainly are not extorting money out of sellers in this regard. We believe our pricing is fair. It is also based on our cost structures, and we're passing on those costs to the sellers.
All right, I don't know if we could take it further. I was just trying to understand why it's per unit if things were multiple packed, but I'm not sure he felt it was fair, but I'm sure we can engage in private about that. Then you've got a number of marketplace testimonials. I'm assuming they didn't bang on your door, so maybe you can just explain how you selected them.
Sure. So I mean, we're not going to go into the detail of how we've selected them. You're aware of the correspondence that's happened between us over the last month or so. The fact is that what we did with our marketplace sellers is that when we were requested by the Commission to answer certain questions, we had to go to marketplace sellers to get certain answers because we had to reply to your requests. This is one of the processes that we followed. We've never said that this is a statistical sample and statistically relevant. We have, however, gone out to find out, to assist both the Commission and ourselves, what marketplace sellers are saying. And, we're happy to have this discussion again in camera in detail because there have been various submissions in this regard over the past month or two.
So, Mr. Reid, I just want to ask, I mean, you've put this in the public domain, so the public, I think, deserve to know how you've selected these testimonials.
No, we certainly didn't put this in the public domain. The Commission actually put this in the public domain. When we were accused of intimidating our sellers at the time.
I'm just talking about your testimonials in your presentation. That's you're putting in the public domain.
Yeah, sure. So we've heard from sellers in this commission. They've given one view, and we've taken the results of what we've had a look at, and we've given another view. As I said, this is not meant to be. We've not portrayed this as a statistically relevant sample. I don't believe.
Sorry, Mr. Reid, but all due respect, you're being very evasive here. You've put testimonials before the public, and I'm asking you how you selected those sellers.
And as I've answered before, we have replied to you in writing exactly how we've selected those sellers.
And don't you think the public have a right to know, because you're trying to market this to the public, so shouldn't they know how you've selected them?
No, I don't believe the public should know how we've selected them. We've portrayed these. As I've said, we have not said this is a statistically relevant sample of sellers. We've gone out based on your request, the Commission's request, on certain information that you required. We've gone out to get that information, and this is what we've come up with. We've said we've done 10 sellers, and we've represented 5 here. I'm certainly not being evasive at all.
So look, I mean, just for the record, we just asked you for the top 10 and the bottom 5. Unless you're telling me these are those. This is not a request from ourselves.
No, these are not. Mr. Hodge, I've answered the question 3 times now.
No, look, Mr. Reid, to be frank, you've evaded the answer 3 times or more, because, I mean, if you want the public to know, this is not even a sample, this is a selection. And so I think the public should know that, because then they can assess it in their own right. But you've put it before the public. You've made it non-confidential. Look, I think the public will draw their own conclusions from your silence and evasion. Let's just look at what they have said. So, I mean, even though they have their own online channel, they want to be on Takealot because you have a national consumer base. You have a large platform, many customers. That's going to drive their sales. They're not going to reach them through their own online. I mean, that's what marketplace seller A, B, and C all say. Is that not right?
It's clearly one of the advantages of being on the platform, yes.
Yeah, because I think we've heard throughout these public hearings, getting some front page real estate on Google search is fairly difficult if you're small, because obviously that real estate's been turned into advertising, and it takes money to get appearance on the search. Is that not right?
So we've never evaded the fact that we believe that being on our platform gives the sellers the ability to access consumers. That is one of the advantages.
The other thing raised by, I think, your first marketplace testimonial is that it is cheaper, obviously, to do it on their own platform because they don't incur the fees. But as your price parity clause dictates, they can't price it cheaper on their own platform. Is that not right?
So we've tried to address that in our presentation on price parity. We have a T&C in our T's and C's, which basically does say that a marketplace seller needs to price on the platform at the same price as they've priced on their own platform. And the reason for that is we believe it's good for customers, because if a customer comes onto our platform, number one, they do not then go and see it on the same seller's platform being sold at a cheaper price, which then leads to a whole lot of questions on our side. That's the one thing. The other thing as well is that we've actually built this platform to the benefit of all. And we certainly don't want to encourage free riding on the platform. So if a marketplace seller comes onto the platform, they don't have a large charge to come onto the platform. Remember that it's a success-based fee. And if they're now undercutting their own price on the platform, on their platform, that allows them to really free ride on our platform.
I mean, you've always had a clause such as this since you opened Marketplace. Is that right?
So I think that it's important to note that the business evolves. So when you start out with T's and C's in the beginning, you cater for all types of eventualities. And this was one of the eventualities that we did cater for at that time, yes.
So you don't actually know how much free riding would happen if you didn't have this clause?
I certainly can't test it, no.
So it's a hypothetical, really.
Well, it's a clause that's there in any business which has many T's and C's. I'm sure many businesses around the world have many T's and C's for eventualities, and this is one of those clauses, yes.
Amazon doesn't have this. You aware of that?
I'm actually not aware of it, no.
So Amazon abandoned it in 2013 following an investigation in the European Union, and that was abandoning both what we term wide parity, which is pricing on other platforms, as well as narrow. And they abandoned it in the US, similar antitrust investigation, 2019.
I'm not aware of that.
But they're doing all right.
I'm sure they are.
So I suppose here's, the question is, and we had this with the travel industry as well, is there seems to be no actual evidence that free riding is a real problem. And in fact, to the contrary, we have evidence of where there is no parity clause and free riding doesn't seem to be a problem. Do you have any comment?
I think my only answer to that is I actually don't know. I hear you on Amazon. I didn't know that, but I don't know what would happen on our platform.
Well, I mean, part of the issue, as you say, is, a customer's got a little website. It's hard to discover. That's why they're on your platform, because you market extensively and draw consumers there. So it seems unlikely that, and also the consumer's drawn to your platform. They've got a great returns policy. They have the assurance of the brand. There's other sort of trust elements that sit there. So there are a lot of reasons why customers continue to use the platform anyway. One being awareness, but two being trust.
I agree with your points. But as far as it goes to free riding, I just can't answer your question because it becomes hypothetical.
And I suppose my only point is it's hypothetical that there will be free riding, but the evidence, at least that we have, doesn't suggest that. But let me move on.
Hodge, could you provide us with that evidence? I'm not aware of any evidence in that regard.
Just moving on to the sellers. I mean, you survey the sellers periodically, just to understand them.
I'll let Fred answer this.
Yes, we do survey them. We've got a monthly installment of a seller NPS survey that we send out, which is quite comprehensive. And it's very important for us to get a feel and to listen to the voice of the seller. We take that forum very seriously and the action that flows from that.
So is that more of a random sample, or how does that work?
It goes to all sellers.
So then it's just who replies.
Yes, like any other survey, you've got a respondent response rate. At the moment, we're quite happy with our response rate. We do look at that from all angles to ensure that there's no bias in the sample or in the respondents.
I mean, you don't think it would have been more useful to put that up, as it's more
say
of a
that's
random sample?
I think that's quite confidential, and we're happy to share that with you in the in-camera hearings to whatever detail you would like to see.
So does that go to the operational issues so you can understand if there's challenges?
It's wider than that. It speaks to operational issues, fees. We try to address each potential friction factor and point that a seller might have on our platform, because as I said in my presentation, we've got every incentive and all incentive to improve our services to marketplace sellers.
And dependency on the platform for their sales?
I'm not sure, is that a question or is that a statement?
Is that part of your survey?
No, we don't think that is relevant to our survey because our service aim to service delivery improvement and operational improvement.
So when you said earlier that some of these issues are not new, is that because they're coming up in these surveys?
Correct. As one channel, obviously we've got relationships with some of our sellers and they will just directly tell us that, what issues they experience.
So, I mean, the kind of things we've heard during the hearings, these are not new, as you put it.
Perhaps we need to just distinguish between what we've heard in the hearings and what we're discussing as well. So service issues are not new to this company at all. You know, again, I think we tried to address that in the presentations. We're a company that grows and grows quickly. And as we referred to in the presentation, we build the plane while we fly it. It's a consequence of a fast-moving business. We've had many issues in our organization, from, you know, falling over Black Friday for, I don't know, 4 or 5 years in a row, which we had to deal with and make sure that we could scale correctly. And we've dealt with those issues. We've had seller issues since the beginning of starting our platform. It's a new platform and it evolves over time. And what we do is we take the seller input on an ongoing basis and we address those problems. And we will address these problems and continue to address these problems as we grow the business. I think we just need to distinguish between service issues and competition issues, because service issues are not competition issues.
If I look at just some of the complaints, and maybe to get your response, as it's fair that you should have the right to reply. I mean, the one raised is that a seller gets told that a sale is cancelled by Takealot, and then at some other point in time it's changed to cancelled by the seller. And and obviously we've been shown evidence of this. So, I mean, can I just understand what's going on in that instance?
Sure, happy to discuss that. So I guess it comes back to the fact that our operations are scaling. I mentioned in my slides, I can't recall that, but the amount of units that we ship every month, I think it was close to 2.3 million in October, that puts our DCs under extreme pressure. So we do have irregularities in our reporting where we could not completely account for who's at fault. We do have disputes processes, which we run regularly and quite efficiently for sellers to dispute those bank cancellation penalties. And in 99% of the cases where we find we were wrong, we pay out. Or we reverse the charge for the cancellation penalty.
Can I just ask though, I mean, so it's put in as cancelled by Takealot. So this is your warehouse saying, cancel the order, I'm under pressure.
No, that's not the case. It's cancelled by us because it was late. That's one example, but there are various examples.
So that's a delivery operational issue, finding it in
Correct.
the warehouse and...
Or on in full issue where an item might be on time, but not all items would be in the box, which is a completeness issue.
So why is it changed to cancelled by the seller then? Because that's what confuses these sellers. They're saying, I never cancelled this order, so you know, maybe there's a Takealot operational issue, but you can't pin it on me.
Yeah, look, it can be one of various reasons. I don't think I'm in a position to speak to an exhaustive list, but I guess it comes back to the spirit of operational issues that we're solving. And we're willing to reverse charges in the cases where the seller disputes.
I suppose my question is, why is it automatically put onto the seller to dispute it when it's your operational issue? Why not take responsibility as Takealot?
It goes both ways. This is an example you're giving us. It's not necessarily all examples.
I'm asking you on this example, though. Why does someone in a control room somewhere, when it's clearly marked as cancelled by Takealot, decide they're going to change it to the seller and put the seller into a dispute mechanism?
Because they act on the data that's available to them at the time of decision making. That data we are improving in order to get more accurate in terms of our root cause analysis.
But I mean, they acted on the data and they put cancelled by Takealot. That's what they did. And then someone changes it.
I mean, we can discuss this particular issue ad nauseum. I think the point is that what we're saying is we have operational issues and we will always have operational issues. There are dispute mechanisms in place to handle these types of things. Whether the thing is pushed onto the seller or not, you know, it's one example. So there are many examples that'll flow completely the other way. This is not a concerted effort to try and upset the sellers. That's not what we try and do. We try and build a business to actually support sellers, to actually enable them to sell on the platform. That's the whole spirit of the platform.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. I just wanted to understand why it's changed. That's my only question. When it was determined initially that it was a Takealot operational issue.
It could certainly change for a host of issues. I'm actually not close to this issue at all. Are you close to this issue? Yeah, it's one example, but off memory, I can't recall exactly the incident. But as I said, it can be initially cancelled by seller and then moved to cancelled by Takealot, which will have the inverse effect. I think it's not necessarily representative of all cases. It's one case. But to my point, I do not have the detail. I can surely follow up and give that answer to you when it's convenient for you.
So, I mean, cancellation is an SLA. So if it's cancelled by the seller, they could fall foul of the SLAs, and that can trigger an immediate suspension. Is that not right?
Well, it's not immediate. We've got SLAs and we've got tolerance levels within our SLAs, which will account for these outliers. But for the most part, if a seller does not commit and act on the promise they made to the customer, we will remove a seller's privileges in order for them to improve their performance.
I mean, but the short answer is, you know, that they will have their account suspended if they fall foul of an SLA, and that can be triggered by more cancellations if it passes the threshold. And those could be ones where it was an operational issue by Takealot that's now pinned on the seller.
So I think the answer to that is the following, is that we're dealing with thousands of sellers, thousands of items that go through warehouses. They lead to thousands of contacts which come from sellers. We've got to put processes and procedures in place to handle these types of exceptions, as well as to put certain processes in place to make sure that at the end of the day, when a customer orders an item on Takealot, which is effectively how we've built this platform, that item is delivered to the customer at the date that's been promised as he's checked out at checkout. If we fail to do that on a continual basis, for whatever reason, through our own operational inefficiency or through a seller's inefficiency to comply with the requirements of the platform, then the platform is at harm. And if the platform's harmed, it's bad for the seller, it's bad for the retailer. For us as a retailer, it's bad. It creates problems for the customer, and it diminishes trust. We've managed to build a platform that actually has trust because of the strict processes and procedures that we have in place. We are, however, building this business on a day-to-day basis, putting better processes and procedures in place. Some things will go wrong, no doubt. And some things will be to the detriment of sellers. Others will be to our detriment. But overwhelmingly, we've built a platform that's gone from 6 sellers to 5,500 sellers, which has gone from 0% of our GMV to 54% of our GMV. If we had wholesale problems throughout our system that were making it impossible for sellers to build businesses on our platform, we wouldn't be where we are today. So we recognize the issues. We are going to improve those issues. These are service issues.
The returns policy is the other one, and this has almost become legendary. But, I mean, your returns policy is more generous than the CPA, as I understand, because you want to build trust and because, as you put it, customers can't touch and feel before they buy, so they may regret it when they get it and send it back.
That's correct. Trust is important, and returns is an important part of that trust loop, yes.
And you said in the presentation that this applies equally to retail and marketplace, and that's as a policy. I just want to understand the back end, though, how this works, whether a return happens and what happens with the retail side of the business when a return is flagged. So maybe just tell us operationally how that happens for retail.
So the return is flagged from the customer's point of view. The customer lodges a return, and then the normal process is followed. So we will send out a vehicle to go and collect the item from the customer. It'll eventually arrive back at the warehouse, whether it's a marketplace or retail item. It'll then go through a returns process, and the same things are followed. If we have return processes in place with our suppliers, well, those particular items will go back to the supplier for credit, and the T's and C's are very clear as to what the returns processes are in place for our marketplace sellers.
All right. So for retail, as I understand it, it goes back to the supplier. So
no. So unfortunately not. We have a large amount of return stock that is currently sitting in our DC that we face and struggle with on a continual basis.
All right. Sorry, maybe I misunderstood, because you said it typically goes back to the supplier for credit.
I said if we have RFCs in place, so if we actually have an agreement in place with the supplier, which is few and far between. So I welcome you to visit our warehouses in Johannesburg. You'll see the amount of return stock that we have sitting on the shelves in our DCs. This is a common retail problem.
Sorry, what you said, RFCs? Is that right? What does that stand for? I don't know that.
Credit. Sorry,
Mr. Reid,
return for credit. So, for instance, out-of-box failures. So if if a customer takes something out the box straight away and it's dead on arrival, those would typically come back and we would then try and recover it from the supplier directly if it's a retail product.
I mean, just to understand, because I understood the sellers, the marketplace sellers, are not allowed access to the warehouse, but your retail buyers, are they allowed access?
They certainly are allowed access. We don't bar our retail buyers from the warehouse, no.
All right, so they could go look at their returns. Even if
Yeah,
you're
Yeah,
gonna
I
sit
think
with
it's improbable because most of the volume would sit in Joburg, and we're not going to incur costs to fly buyers across country to go look at their returns. We don't see any value in that.
so most of the buyers not based in Johannesburg.
they're based in the offices in Cape Town. In fact, all of the buyers are based in the offices in Cape Town. In fact, at the moment, some of the buyers, I don't know where they're based, to be frank.
I think that's a challenge we all face.
Yeah.
I mean, the other issue raised by sellers is that they're given 7 days to respond, but suppliers themselves, so the suppliers to them, typically require 21 days to assess. So they're kind of unable to comply. I mean, is this a challenge Takealot Retail has? I mean, I'm assuming you don't get 7 days ultimatum, or do you?
No, I think the promise ultimately sits with the customer. So we've got a specific turnaround period to get back to the customer because the customer is either out of pocket or waiting for replacement. So the same standard holds for our retail business. We allow the seller 7 days after receiving an item from our DC that was returned by a customer to log a dispute. So the 7 days is not to complete the full return to our DCs. It's merely giving them some time to assess the product and then raise a dispute. That dispute does not require a technical report. A technical report only follows and is required 14 days thereafter. So the total turnaround for that return item would be 21 days, which is exactly what we do in our retail business.
All right, thanks for clarifying that. I mean, often we're told that there's a dispute resolution process, and that marketplace sellers can use that if they do disagree with the decision. I mean, as I understand from reading most of the sort of terms and conditions in SLAs, is action is taken almost on an automated basis by Takealot. So my account may be suspended because I've overrun my cancellations, and then I can dispute. Is that typical?
Yeah, the only correction I'll make is it's not happening automatic. It's still a warm body that pushes the button to say your service has been suspended.
Yeah, good.
And that
glad
followed, complemented by a dispute resolution process where the seller believes we were unfair.
Sorry, I put on my mic at the moment. I didn't get that last bit. It's prompting a dispute resolution process.
Yeah, look, if we disable a seller's privileges, for example, lead time, it's a human being that does that based on a set of data where the threshold is clearly displayed. If we act inconsistently or where the fault is actually with Takealot, the seller can freely dispute that, and we do get disputes. Again, we need to accommodate for defects in our process, and I think it's important to note that we want the sellers to sell. We have no incentive to switch off the lead times because it hurts us as much as it hurts them.
Yeah, no, so at least you don't have some AI algorithm that we may hear from others, but obviously, as you recognize, it does hurt them. I mean, if my account is suspended, that kind of, and especially in November, and I'm not at fault, the damage is done. I mean, I'm sitting with stock.
Absolutely, and it's to protect the platform. I mean, it's vital to protect the platform at all times because that is to the benefit of all on the platform. So you must remember that all of these, because we've tried to display it graphically in our presentation. There's a lot of complexity in our platform, a lot of interrelated parts to our platform. So it's not a simple, it appears quite simple for a customer. They push a button, they pay, and the stuff arrives at their door. There's a lot of stuff that happens in between that to make sure that it actually does arrive and arrive on time. And one of those complexities involves the marketplace. And what we're continually trying to do is put in systems and processes that, number one, make it easier for marketplace sellers to comply with what we require on the platform, because that's the most important thing, is that if they can comply with what's on the platform that gives the customer the service that they require and that's promised to them, then the platform grows and they grow.
Can I ask who deals with disputes? Is that customer service and compliance group?
There's a distinction between customer service and compliance. Compliance sits within the marketplace team. Customer service sits with the central executive. So it's being dealt with by the compliance team, which sits in the retail and marketplace team.
And those are the people who pull the trigger.
Yes, they also, before they pull the trigger, they send out a couple of warnings to sellers. A, you are reaching the threshold. B, you've breached the threshold. C, you are at risk of being switched off. It's not a one strike and you're out mechanic.
Sorry, just so I understand, I mean, is it the same people who make the decision who also do the dispute resolution then?
The dispute resolution will normally be escalated to our head of operations or seller and marketplace operations manager, which is not exactly the same team. We've got people that does the investigation and present it to a management level to make the decision, because we view it as quite a serious decision.
So any dispute must be resolved by a manager following an investigation, is what you're saying?
Yes, I also get involved in some disputes from time to time.
And I mean, how many people are part of this investigative team?
Sure, good question. I can't answer you top of mind. I've been a bit far removed from that side of the business, but as through COVID and with the increase of our sellers, we've added heads as the operation has required it. I think the magic sauce is understanding exactly how many we need in order to ensure consistent service delivery.
All right, because obviously we hear that sometimes this is not resolved that timeously. I think Romtech had an example of something that had been unresolved for over a year, and had sorry, Mr. Reed, can I just finish
Sure.
and got the kind of "I will escalate" type reply, which, as I understand now from Mr. Zietsman, is what happens. But I think a number of sellers have indicated the dispute mechanism is certainly not timeless.
Yeah, so I think to say that the dispute mechanism is not timeless, I think is not the correct categorization of the service. I think that you've chosen certain ones which I'm sure have happened. I'm not disputing that they have happened, but they are certainly not the norm in the organization. But they will happen in an organization our size and at our growth rate.
So what is the sort of norm then for resolving a dispute? These must be, I suppose, KPIs, so you'd know.
Yeah, so we've got internal SLAs. A dispute, the resolution time will depend on the complexity of the dispute. If, to your earlier point, there's interdependencies between somebody in the DC that needs to be do an investigation, that will take longer. If it's a fee that was misallocated to a specific category, that dispute will take hours, if not minutes. So it's hard to comment on that because it's specific to the contact or the dispute. We did, after the seller's public hearings, we did pull all the relevant data per seller account, including Romtech, and we're happy to share that with you for you to go through in your own time.
And certainly we would appreciate that. But also we can deal with in camera your average turnaround times for different types of disputes.
100%.
I mean, I suppose the only observation I would make is a sort of act now, dispute later type process kind of shifts the cost to the sellers, and there's not really a cost, or at least a direct cost, to take a lot if it takes a few weeks, because you've deducted, say, a return or a cancellation, you've made the fee. So So it is really an operational thing at the end of the day that you make a decision on how much resources are you willing to put in this.
Yes, and again, I think if sellers are not having a good experience on our platform, they will eventually leave the platform. We will suffer, the customer will suffer, and the value of the platform will degrade. So it's really in our own best interest to resolve these as quick as possible. And we continuously invest in additional resources. Again, we've got the interest of seller at heart.
Yeah, I suppose, I mean, as you say, obviously the customer base is, and the sales are what keeps them there, so they're willing to put up with some of these headaches because there's also a benefit to being on the platform. We're running out of time, so I just wanted to just get a sense of you around onboarding sellers onto the platform, and whether there is any prioritization process. I mean, you've onboarded many sellers. Again, there may be capacity constraints, but maybe if you can indicate if there's a priority basis.
I think in our submission, whether the first or the second, I can't remember, we did make it clear that there is a level of filtering in our onboarding. When a seller comes onto our platform through our website, we assess the quality of the lead, as we refer to it. If a tier 1 brand comes through that process, the value of that seller and that brand might be higher. We then give that to a specific team to deal with that has the necessary expertise. But as far as the platform goes, it's really not scalable to touch all seller leads. We want to automate this as far as possible. And we have invested in technology and standalone portals and educational academies to actually make this process as light touch as possible.
All right, that's your decreasing contact ratios or whatever, part of automating where you can.
Yeah, we need to be conscious of our overheads. As Kim mentioned, we can't just appoint people to fund our growth. We need to find efficiencies and automation, and this is one area where I think we can do better.
But if I'm a tier 1 brand, I get a team assigned, is that right? Is that what I understand?
No, I think team is a hard word. It might just be an individual that deals with the initial assessment of the lead.
And in that sort of automation process, does the fact of whether the seller is historically disadvantaged or not feature in your algorithm?
No, we do actually ask the status, but at the moment our platform is democratized to all people and sellers. We serve SMEs by far and large, and these SMEs have a bias towards HDIs, but we don't treat them any differently at the moment.
All right, because obviously you recognize that because of historic disadvantage, it's not an equal footing, and so that is why we obviously have measures in place to improve participation and deliberately focus on that aspect.
Sure, and I think as a platform, as we grow, as we've been unprofitable for some time now, and as we grow, we look at different ways in which we can assist in these types of things. And that's not to say that we won't look at that as we grow. So it's part of our makeup to ensure that the seller gets onto the platform in as easy a way as possible. And if there are ways we can assist certain types of sellers to get on the platform, we'll definitely consider those.
So that wouldn't fall within your category of undue intervention. That would be something you'd consider.
It really depends on what the intervention is, I think. I don't really know how to answer that, Mr. Hodge.
All right. No, it was interesting to hear we asked Mr. John from Macro about what could be done. And I suppose one thing he identified was a far more hands-on, people-based onboarding process for historically disadvantaged sellers, as opposed to the sort of educate through reading and navigation through the web. But if you have any suggestions of how you may change that, we obviously would welcome that.
And it's something we want to look into.
Well, that's very positive, Mr. Reid. And I think we are out of time. So again, I want to thank you for your participation. I want to apologize once again for delaying this appearance through my calendar issues. And I appreciate the good nature of which you've taken that. I appreciate having the whole Take a Lot team to answer questions, and I'm sure we'll obviously be engaging in the new year as well.
Thanks, Mr. Hodge, and thank you for your time. We believe this is an important process, and we're happy to contribute to it.
Thank you. And with that, we actually bring to a close the public hearings for the online platforms market inquiry. And I think, as we've indicated, the next steps in the process would be that anyone wishing to make legal or economic submissions can send those to us by the end of January. We will have in-camera engagements in February, and we're aiming to put out a preliminary report in the beginning of May, sort of anniversary of launching this inquiry. After that, there would be a process of obviously engaging stakeholders. If necessary, we can have more hearings and finalize the process by October next year. So that is the process. If there's any queries around the process from the public or from participants, then we're obviously happy to take that. But thank you, Take a Lot team, and with that we close.
Thank you.